Simon & Schuster Audio presents What the Dead Know. Learning about life as a New York City death investigator by Barbara Butcher. Read by the author.
To the memory of Dr. Charles S. Hirsch, physician, mentor, and friend. And for the medico-legal death investigators, the unsung heroes who find answers for families and justice for the dead. New York is the most exciting place in the world to live. There are so many ways to die here. Dennis Leary. Author's note. These are the true stories of my life as a medico-legal death investigator at New York City's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Some names and details have been changed to protect the privacy of individuals. Though most of what I saw was unforgettable, these stories are subject to the vagaries of memory. It's been a long time. Chapter 1. The Angry Hanging Man. Hey, Barbara, you got a hanging man in the 3-4 precinct. You want me to call you a driver? Charlene's voice was low, as if all this death business was a dirty secret. Sure, Charlie, send me your best. Just give me 5 minutes to slap on some lipstick. She laughed as if I were going out husband hunting instead of looking at dead people. Putting down the phone, I felt that familiar little thrill I got when there was a decent case to investigate, something other than the natural death of an old man with heart disease found in a locked apartment. I like to figure things out, to find clues and solve puzzles, to locate the cause behind the effect. Fortunately, that was my job. As a medico-legal investigator, MLI, with New York City's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, OCME, I scrutinized the scenes of fatal accidents, suicides, and homicides to determine cause and manner of death, and I loved every minute of it. This time, my excitement was tempered by the aggravation of having my arm in a cast, the result of a stupid accident with a saw and a stubborn piece of wood. I would have been home recuperating if I hadn't run out of sick time. That's why I was in the office dealing with hospital cases rather than investigating out on the street, on tour, as we called it. Now I was alone on the night shift, with no choice but to answer the call, despite being one-handed and in pain. I picked up my tour bag full of equipment and, bitching, complaining, and just generally feeling sorry for myself, went out front to meet my driver. Most OCME drivers were called by their first names, Rick or Nathan or the occasional Maureen. But Everett Wells was a dignified older gentleman we referred to as Mr. Wells. It was a mark of respect, even if it was at odds with his nickname, Shake and Bake. He earned that one for his habit of alternately stomping on the brakes and accelerator while blasting the heat. He may not have been the greatest driver among the 15 or so at OCME, but he was my favorite. Mr. Wells was protective of me, insisting on accompanying me into buildings, while other drivers preferred to nap in the car. I was always glad when we worked a shift together. He grabbed the tour bag from my hand. "You know I can't let a lady carry a heavy bag," he said. "Don't look right." "Thank you, Mr. Wells. Does Mrs. Wells know you're out with me tonight?" "Mrs. Wells knows everything." "You want Kentucky Fried after we do this?" It was either that or McDonald's, as we could never sit down for a decent meal without my radio going off for another case. We got to the address on the call sheet, a rundown tenement in Washington Heights, sandwiched between a bodega numbers drop and a family-owned funeral parlor. There was no elevator, so we tromped up the stairs through the layers of smells that permeate many old New York buildings. Boiled cabbage on the first floor, pine sol over God knows what on the second. Then we reached the third floor. Once you know the smell of death, you can pick it out in a flower shop. Strangely sweet with a bitter undertone, like a strawberry milkshake made with garlic. After a few weeks on the job, I could walk any block in New York and point out a building where someone was decomposing. "This is it," I told Mr. Wells. "Good," he said, "because my knees are on the fritz." A young police officer led me into the pitch-black apartment. The streetlights were barely visible through the dingy windows, but I had a feeling the place would likely be dark even in full daylight. "No electricity," said the cop. "Probably didn't pay the bill. The squad detectives already left. I'm just sitting on the body." "Well, that wasn't very nice of them. I run all the way up here to hang with the boys, and they couldn't even wait 5 minutes. Do you think they were scared?" "Well, it is spooky as hell there in the dark with him swinging from a rope," Police Officer Kennedy said with disarming sincerity. He was taking me seriously, so I ran with it. "Well, maybe you ought to get them back here. If they were afraid, I'd be a fool to go in without backup, don't you think?" I held his eyes for a minute before smiling. "Oh, right, yeah, huh," he said, when he realized I was teasing. "You're not scared of anything, are you? Is that why they call you Dr. Butcher?" No, Butcher is my real name." Now it was his turn to laugh. "I know, just busting your chops. My flashlight's almost dead. You got one?" Kennedy told me that it looked like a straight-out suicide, that the tenant across the hall had called the police when he checked on the man for 2 days, but got no answer. Concerned neighbors always did welfare checks in the middle of the night, or at least it seemed that way to us from the number of calls we received at 3 a.m. That's the thing about death. You can smell it through tiny cracks in the walls, and it wakes you from a sound sleep. I looked around for signs of a break-in, robbery, or fight, but the thick dust overlaying everything was undisturbed. The apartment was secured, the doors and windows locked. That in itself didn't rule out a homicide. Even killers have keys, and most apartment doors just slam lock without having to use one. A hanging could also be an accident, as in autoerotic asphyxiation. Bad boy games, as I like to call them. We went around the cluttered apartment with its sad, characteristic smell that screamed of "I've given up-edness," a sour odor of mildewed papers and despair. I took in the oak-strip floors, worn past the varnish down to the pale color of sawdust. The easy chair that was anything but, springs shot through the seat. A pile of unread newspapers and an old TV guide. I knew the place had last been painted in the 60s because of the wall color, the same avocado green briefly popular on refrigerators back then. My flashlight beam found a heavy, late-middle-aged white man hanging from a pipe over the bedroom doorway. His bare feet were on the floor, leaving him standing but slumped, his back hunched and knees bent. A small stool lay overturned nearby. The man's face was swollen and red. His tongue, purple and thick, protruded between his lips, forced out by the ligature that was pulled up tight beneath his chin and hidden beneath the fat neck rolls. I tried to turn on a lamp, but it too was dead. Searching with the flashlight, scanning it over the body, I could see no signs of a struggle, no defense wounds or trauma. A fight would have left scratch marks, broken or bloody fingernails, scrapes on his face. Pulling up his eyelids, I found petechial hemorrhages, the result of blood pressure building up in his head and bursting through the thin membranes of his eyeballs and undersides of the lids. When a hanging person is semi-suspended, the arteries continue pumping blood into the brain, but the softer veins are compressed, so the blood can't get out. If he didn't have those hemorrhages or a reddened face or a swollen, protruding tongue, I would have been suspicious. There was always the chance that he could have been killed and then strung up to make it look like a suicide. But that's hard to do. It would have taken 2 strong men to hoist him up, and there would have been some disturbance to the room. a broken glass, an overturned coffee table, a rug buckled at the corner. If he had been completely suspended, his feet swinging free, the arteries would also be compressed, and his face above the ligature would have been pale from the lack of blood supply. I rarely saw that in New York tenement apartments, as they have low ceilings. I took photos while the police officer shined his flashlight on the decedent. When I started on the job in 1992, we used Polaroids, and the flash flickering over the dead man made it appear as if he were moving a little. It was eerie. I didn't like working in the dark and wasn't going to linger any longer than I had to, but thoroughly documenting the state of the body and the room was mandatory. As the lawyers like to say, if you don't record it, it didn't happen. I took overall shots of the room from all four sides, then closed in for full-body shots front and back. Zeroing in on his head and neck, I took a photo of the position of the ligature and the knot over the pipe. If anyone had questions, I'd have plenty of pictures to back up my report, to the aggravation of Lori, our supply clerk, who claimed that I was single-handedly eating up her film budget. I checked around the apartment with a flashlight, looking for a suicide note, medical records, next of kin information, drugs, alcohol, eviction notice, anything that would help establish the identity of this man and offer a clue as to why he would kill himself. I didn't find a note. Not surprising, as only about a third of people who die by suicide leave one. Nor did I find evidence of a life disturbance, such as a lawsuit notice, medical diagnosis, or Dear John letter. But the reasons for taking your own life run deep. There's often no obvious precipitating event. I was satisfied that this was a suicide, nothing unusual. The gloomy apartment spoke volumes about depression and despair. There were no signs that this person had been enjoying his life. In fact, there were few signs of any life at all. I would have liked to find something to explain why he wanted to die, but in the dark mess of his home, that was impossible. Maybe having Con Ed turn off the power was the final straw. I grabbed the buck knife from my case and pulled the stool upright next to the hanging man so I could cut him down. Usually I would hold the ligature with my left hand, cut high above the knot with my right, and guide him to the ground as gently as I could. I did this to preserve the ligature and the knot around his neck for the pathologist, and to avoid post-mortem injuries that might confuse things in the autopsy room. A body is a heavy thing, quite literally a dead weight. Even a strong man couldn't lower a body with one hand, but I could steady and ease him down a bit. Once you've done this a few times, you can anticipate the weight, know what's coming so that the decedent doesn't land with a thud. Damn, I couldn't do it. My left arm and hand were in a cast. Mr. Wells, who was waiting in the hallway, certainly couldn't climb up there, and it wasn't appropriate to ask the police officer to do my job. Union rules and all that. No problem. The morgue wagon would be arriving soon with 2 strong attendants to pick up the body. They would take care of things for me. I radioed the office and explained the situation, asking the morgue team to cut above the knot and make sure to let him down easy. I signed the toe tag for the police officer to release the scene to PD, and also to prove that I was there. A colleague had recently been accused of doing drive-by investigations, the joke being that he did such a perfunctory job that he never left the car, just yelled up to the police officer, "Looks like a natural? Throw me down the toe tag." After finishing the case, there was no time to sit down with fried chicken, so Mr. Wells and I ate drive-through cheeseburgers in the car on 125th Street. Fast food was fresher uptown, where people stayed out at night. Mr. Wells sniffed. Randy always takes me to a cafe for lunch. Knows all the nice places. He's sophisticated, you know. Well, if I ever get the day shift back, I'll take you to a damn bistro, all right? My throbbing arm was making me grumpy. We headed back to the office, Mr. Wells muttering about the unfairness of my having to work with my injury. "Makes no sense to me," he said. "Fools'll get you hurt worse." Back at my desk with the Polaroids and notes spread out, I began writing up the report for the forensic pathologist, the medical examiner, or M.E., who would be doing the autopsy the next morning. Contrary to most TV shows, pathologists rarely, if ever, go out to investigate a death scene. Their days are highly structured and awfully busy with autopsies, toxicology, tissue examination, and brain dissection. Not to mention a whole raft of paperwork. It wasn't like the M.E. could leave the table in the middle of autopsy to run out to a crime scene. Although I started my day in the office, much of it was spent out on the street, responding to scenes as needed. In the old days, pathologists depended on the police or elected coroners, who were often funeral directors, to investigate the body at the scene. But without a medical background, they could be fooled by the artifacts of death and decay or the natural sequelae of disease. It was my mentor, Dr. Charles Hirsch, who had the idea of training experienced physician assistants in investigation and forensics, both in-house and at NYPD. The forensic pathologist's job is to determine cause and manner of death. Taking the case of a gunshot wound, for example, while the cause of death might be apparent, the manner of death could be either a homicide, suicide, or accident. It's the MLI's job to investigate the circumstances at the scene. Were there signs of violence? Was the apartment secured? Was there evidence of natural disease? Most of all, did the story make sense according to the physical evidence? We are the medical examiner's eyes and ears. Without a good scene investigation, the M.E. would be flying blind in the autopsy room. Going over the scene photos, I could see that the body and the room were pretty well lit up by the camera flash. Actually, I could discern more detail in the Polaroids than I could in the apartment itself. That wasn't surprising. When you're on scene, you're absorbing data in the moment. Sometimes, in order to analyze what's going on, you've got to take a step back from the room. You learn to think outside the box when the box contains a dead person, especially when the box is pitch black and you can't see a damn thing. The place was even dingier on film, the furniture the color of mud. Behind the hanging man, I could see an unmade bed, the yellowed sheets unfamiliar with a washing machine. Trailing from behind the decedent's head was a long orange extension cord, the kind you use outdoors. That's what he used to hang himself, a smart choice as it wouldn't break during his final act. But the next photo, the cord was plugged into a wall socket. A live wire? Shit, I thought the electricity was off. I called the apartment phone, fingers trembling, praying the cop would answer it. Come on, pick up. I prayed extra hard that the morgue techs hadn't arrived yet. Hello? Listen, don't let anyone touch the dead guy. Copy that. What's up? I need you to go check the lamps and see if the light bulbs are screwed in. If the light bulbs are... Yes, check if the light bulbs are screwed in. I'll hold on. I heard the phone clunk down on a table. A moment later, Kennedy came back. Let there be light, he said. I let out a deep breath. What the hell is going on? How did you know the light bulbs were unscrewed? He asked. After making sure that the morgue techs hadn't arrived, I told him what I had figured out, that the guy had rigged things so that anyone cutting him down would be electrocuted, making the apartment pitch dark, giving the impression that the electricity was off by leaving the bulbs in but unscrewed, hooking the extension cord up to a socket away from the body. All that took thought. I held on while Kennedy unplugged the dead man and checked for other booby traps. This was an angry suicide. This guy was so pissed off at the world that killing himself wasn't enough. He wanted to take someone with him, to electrocute whoever cut him down. And he had planned it all meticulously. If I hadn't had my arm in a cast, something I'd been bitching and complaining about for days, I might have gone down with him. The small misfortune of a sawed-through tendon probably saved my life. I thought about this for a while and filed it away to contemplate later. There must be an important lesson in there somewhere. I was always doing that, saving lessons for a rainy day. But damn! I kept thinking about the hanging man and why he would want to hurt and even kill someone else. Was it a case of misery loves company, that he was so wretched that it somehow helped him to know that others would suffer too? Did he want to punish the world for ignoring his pain? Or trying to make a mark, hoping people would talk about him? Perhaps he was just a lonely person who wanted to be remembered for something, anything. It made me think of all those cases where a man shoots into a crowd of strangers before putting a bullet in his own head. Why not just kill yourself and be done with it? That question. Why not just kill yourself and be done with it? It was one I had asked myself not so long before. About 4 years prior, I had hit rock bottom. A disgraced alcoholic, I was living in a shabby little studio, working off the books in a button store off Madison Avenue. It was all I felt I deserved. I had been miserable in my early teens, suffering from depression and suicidal impulses from an early age. I had been an anxious, fearful child, and the hormones of puberty didn't help. When a new friend came along in high school, who showed me a life of getting high on drugs, drinking, and sex, a kind of fun I'd never had, I fell for it hard. I wanted to be high all the time. Sure, the good times were transient and troublesome, but I craved the distraction. So what if my habits prevented me from studying or applying to college? I felt good in the moment. No, I felt great. I did get a scholarship for state college, but I was too busy partying and never filled out the paperwork. After high school, I worked low-level jobs, making just enough to rent a room over a dental lab at $70 a month. It was next to the Massapequa Fire Department and across from the Long Island Railroad station, so I didn't get much sleep. I shared one bathroom with 6 strangers. There was no kitchen, only a hot plate, so I didn't eat much either. If I had enough money for the cover charge and a few drinks at the disco, I was okay. Thank God for guides, those people who see in you what you fail to see in yourself. The woman I worked for, Celia Stroh, noticed that I was smart and capable and wondered why I didn't make something of myself. Ms. Stroh was the director of a nursing home on Long Island, and she had hired me to take care of the supply stockroom and to conduct a form of reality orientation therapy for patients with dementia. That meant holding up flashcards with the day and date, asking people if they knew who the president was. I would remind these confused old people that they were in a home, that their spouses had died, that their children lived elsewhere. Things no one wants to remember. Ms. Stroh told me about a job called physician assistant, kind of like a junior doctor and requiring only 4 years of study. The money was good, and I would have an actual career. Sounded okay to me. I applied to only one school, Stony Brook University, because it was too much trouble to fill out multiple applications. The night before my interview, I went out to a club and got drunk. I arrived home at 5 in the morning. My interview was at 9 a.m. Stony Brook was an hour's drive. I figured, what the hell? I could work in a short nap. I woke with a start, not sure where I was and already late. With no time to shower or change, I sped out of there stinking of cigarettes and no-label gin, barely able to keep my bloodshot eyes open. Stony Brook didn't take me. No surprise there. I was embarrassed by the rejection and disappointed in myself for getting drunk. But somehow I got it together the next year and was admitted to Long Island University in Brooklyn. It was an urban campus with lectures held in the old Brooklyn Paramount Theater, where the glorious rococo ceiling distracted me from hearing about the function of the spleen. Though there were no ivy-covered walls or sororities, I was finally in college and proud of myself. My drinking slowed down as I reawakened to the pleasure of learning, of knowing things. The coursework was a blend of science and practical training, anatomy and physiology, chemistry and pathology, how to suture a wound, pass a nasogastric tube, interpret an EKG, and set a broken arm. It was the lectures on diagnosis that really woke me up. This was important stuff. I could investigate symptoms, build a knowledge base of diseases, figure things out, solve a puzzle, and help people. It rekindled my childhood love of science and gave me a sense that I could do something important. I could be useful. I could be somebody. This was probably my first experience of a God shot, that providential moment when a higher power does something unexpected and fortunate. Maybe a stranger bumps you hard as you're about to step into the path of a car, or you meet someone in a coffee shop who gives you meaningful advice over a coffee and toasted corn muffin. If Celia Stroh hadn't encouraged me, I would likely still be working in that nursing home, telling people things they wanted to forget. As a newly minted physician assistant, I got a great job in surgery at a hospital in the South Bronx with plenty of action to keep me busy. Back then it was a scrappy place without a residency program, so they let PAs do everything. I was also volunteering at a women's free clinic on St. Mark's Place, doing primary care and pap smears with 4 inspiring women physicians. It was there that I made a friend who let me take over the lease on her apartment when she moved. A rent-stabilized 1-bedroom in a West Village brownstone, it had all the original details: fireplace, crown moldings, and a transom over the bedroom door. I didn't care that everything was covered with decades of paint. This was my first old New York-style apartment, and it thrilled me. After a couple of jobs and promotions, including a stint working at a Kaiser clinic in California, I earned a master's in public health at Columbia University. This was when AIDS first emerged, a public health mystery and a nightmare. I studied epidemiology, the investigatory arm of medicine. Where did this strange disease come from? What was causing it? Who was getting it? And why? I started a promising career as a hospital administrator and renovated my apartment, revealing the historical details that made it so special. Things like the fireplace. Why was it so shallow? Aha! It was for burning coal back before central heating was the norm. The side panels of the deep windows seemed hollow. What was in there? Fancy wooden shutters to close against the cold winters. Beautiful. I was noticing things in my surroundings and in myself, feeling good about my home and my job. I was actually starting to believe that I had something to offer. As corny as it sounds, I felt as if I were becoming a good citizen. I was happy and fulfilled and in love with a wonderful woman. But addiction doesn't just go away by itself, and after a few years, the devil got back into me. I fell for the wrong person, started drinking heavily again, and broke up with my lovely, intelligent, and honorable partner of 7 years. I was in search of excitement, and I got it in spades. Drugs, drinking, a lot of sex. I lied to people I cared for, was manipulative and uncaring. I cheated on everyone. I liked being good at things, and I was good at being an addict. I ruined everything. One tumultuous affair led to another, and I went into a tailspin of erratic behavior. I got fired from my excellent job. My landlady was so impressed with the work I had done on the apartment, she wanted it for herself. She refused to renew my lease, effectively kicking me out. That forced me to move into a crummy studio on the Upper West Side. My latest love affair ended badly. Then my 24-year-old brother, John Luke, died of a drug overdose. The losses were unbearable, and I couldn't take it anymore. I descended into a deep and hideous depression. I had nothing. I was nothing. Why not kill myself and be done with it? So I got drunk and rehearsed my suicide. Using a gun I had bought in California a few years before, I held the unloaded .32 revolver to my head, pulling the trigger, practicing so that I wouldn't jerk my head away when it was time. I dry-fired once or twice before passing out from several glasses of vodka, one of the few times I could say drinking saved my life. My life looked like an EKG, up and down spikes of things going well, things falling apart. For more than a year, I sank slowly to the bottom. One night, I drank to the point of blacking out and woke up on the floor, tangled in damp sheets, smelling of foul sweat. My forehead was cut and bruised, the result of falling up the stairs, hard to do unless blind drunk. The heaving sickness, it was much more than nausea, was overwhelming. The pounding in my head scared me. This was like no hangover I had ever experienced. Even the pigeons fussing on my window ledge drilled through my skull. I wanted to be dead. Something had to give. Chapter 2. Luck Joy. The restaurant on Amsterdam Avenue was like 100 other Chinese restaurants in the city. A neighborhood joint with good food, cheap prices, and a line out the door no matter what the weather. Though the neon sign said Luck Joy Cottage, my girlfriend Lee and I called it Frank's, after the excitable manager, a small middle-aged man who acted surprised to see us, even if we'd just been there the night before. "Happy to see you, so happy to see you. You, come in now, regulars first." The service was fast and the dishes were reliable, but what kept me coming back was their offer of unlimited free wine with dinner. Lee and I would order 2 appetizers, share an entree, and drink liters of the turpentine-flavored wine that came from a 5-gallon cardboard box. We could make a scallion pancake and an order of ginger chicken last for 2.5 hours, just to keep the wine coming. The waiters hated us. At the time, I was drinking daily and heavily, mostly a delightfully full-bodied wine called Concha y Toro, $5.99 for a half-gallon. Versatile and unassuming, it paired equally well with takeout fried chicken or cinnamon donuts. I rarely drank during the day or at work, but that first glass each evening was like pulling a switch that set off a little engine of craving. An empty wine glass made me anxious, so I topped it off constantly. As Lee and I worked through the bottle, the conversation would become more abstract. I thought I was working out a life philosophy, something that would explain why I was still working part-time in a button store, when really it was just a litany of complaints. "Why should I be nice to them?" "Because that's part of your job, Barbara, being nice to customers." "But they look down on me, they're condescending. I hate retail." "So be the better person, turn the other cheek like Jesus." Right. If Jesus had to deal with people obsessing over Bakelite buttons, he sure as hell wouldn't be turning the other cheek. And while we're on the subject, which one is the other cheek? As I neared the end of the bottle, the conversation would progress to a sloppy resolve. I'm going to be a better person. I'm going to live better. But I have cosmic vertigo. I'm overwhelmed by the universe. I don't know where I fit. Huh? It was the song of a drunk in a 170-square-foot studio with a windowsill full of filthy pigeons, working off the books, no money in the bank, no prospects, no plans. My life was small. The hangovers were getting bad, causing me to lose half the next day to headaches, nausea, and shakes. The cheap wine I drank made it worse. I'd always been a sugar addict, and Concha y Toro kicked it into overdrive. I thought maybe I should switch to something less sweet, vodka maybe. But I really liked the taste, and wine is healthier, right? A few people had made veiled comments, like my therapist, who said, "You drink too much." Or my friend Kate, who opined, "Girl, you're a mess." I managed to ignore them, too. No sense getting absorbed in negative thoughts. Better to have a positive attitude. I could quit if I wanted to. I tried controlled drinking. Alternate each drink with a glass of water, no alcohol before 7 p.m. or after 10 p.m., only drink with food, no more than one drink on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I gulped the water, forgot what time it was, and ate all day. 1 was too many, and 5 wasn't enough. Once you have that first drink, the craving starts and you don't stop. Time to enlist some help. On a July evening in 1991, on our way to Frank's, I told Lee that I was cutting back and asked her to remind me of that when I finished my 3rd glass of wine. That didn't take long. That's 3 and you're a little sloshy. You want a soda or something?" she asked. "Oh, I'm fine. Pour me another." She did, and I wasn't. I stumbled out past the glaring waiters and impatient customers, heading a few blocks over to Nice Matin to meet friends for yet more drinks. It was a pretty place, the sort of upscale French bistro New York does very well. A long bar, tiled floor, good lighting, and café tables that call to mind Belle Epoque, Paris. No free wine, not that I let that stop me. The story goes that at the end of the night, I was standing out in the middle of 79th Street, giving the last of my cash to a panhandler who said he wanted it to buy heroin. I applauded his honesty, or so I was told. The last thing I remember was hunching over a glass of Sancerre while struggling to explain something that made no sense, like the origins of the Peloponnesian War. I was the insistent kind of drunk, the one who speaks deliberately with eyes wide open to appear not drunk. I have no idea how I got into the street, or got home, or fell. Total amnesia. I was disassociated from myself and completely unaware of what I was doing. A blackout. That morning I awoke cramped and sore on the floor, half undressed and tangled in damp, sweaty sheets. I had fallen out of bed. I rubbed my aching head and came away with dried blood on my hand. Lee said I had fallen in the street and on the stairs. It took a while until I was able to get up, racked with nausea and the guilt that comes from knowing I had probably done something bad. The anxiety washing over me was hideous, more terror than fear. It was the knowledge that something was wrong with me that scared me so much that I couldn't remember anything from the night before. A blackout. Did that mean I was an alcoholic? That's not what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a regular drinking and having fun kind of person. A normal person. I hated the idea of having a problem, of being out of control. A fistful of aspirin later, I called my friend Kate, who knew about these things. "Hey, Kate. So, last night I was drinking at Frank's, and it didn't go so good." I told her about how I fell somewhere and cut my head, about how I couldn't remember anything much after the fortune cookie. I said all this with a little half-hearted laugh, hoping to brush it off. Just a little madcap adventure, a crazy night on the town. Kate didn't laugh back. "Oh, Barbie, are you okay?" "Never mind, you're not." At that I started to cry. "Do you want me to come over? Or do you want to go to a meeting?" Alcoholics Anonymous. Shit, had it really come to that? Kate said she'd call the AA hotline and find a good meeting for me. Like Chinese restaurants, there were hundreds in New York. It would be my last night of drinking. That same afternoon, I went to the Perry Street meeting in the West Village. A tiny little hole in the wall on a tree-lined street of brownstones. The meeting room had probably been the concierge's office back when the apartment building was grand. It was dark inside, and for that I was grateful. I sat hunched over and hiding in the back of the room, all the better to make a quick exit. I didn't want anyone to see me there. I didn't want anyone to think I was an alcoholic, as if they didn't already know. The room was crowded, 20 people in rickety folding chairs, most holding blue and white takeout cups from the deli around the corner. Faded posters on the walls with what seemed to be an endless list of rules. What you hear here, stays here. Give what you can. If you can't, keep coming back. 12 steps, 12 traditions. Little cynical thoughts started popping up. Rules are not for you. You're smart. You can fix this yourself. It's not that bad. I'm not that bad. Then another wave of sick anxiety would wash over me, and I gave up. I needed help. After a few minutes, a man came up to a little podium and switched on a light. He read off something, and I caught, "The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking." Again, the thoughts. I'm not sure about that yet. Apparently, surrender was a constant process. He introduced the speaker, someone who would talk about his experience with alcohol. Regular-looking business guy, khakis and a button-down shirt. He was somebody you'd see on the number 2 train reading the daily news. He didn't look like an alcoholic. None of them did. He told a story I could identify with, of controlled drinking. I'd tried different drinks, with food, without food, alternate days, weekends only. If I could have controlled it, I would have. But I was powerless over alcohol. Once I started, I didn't stop. That sounded familiar. Then he spoke about negotiating with himself. Maybe he could go to AA for a little while and clean up. After that, he could start over carefully, drink like a normal person. Oh God, he was reading my mind. After the speaker, others shared their experiences or spoke about what they were feeling. Some were sad, some were funny. They laughed easily or leaned over to pat someone on the shoulder. They were relaxed. I was clenched in a tight little ball of shame. At one point, a man stood up and passed the basket, everyone throwing in $1 or $2. He made some announcements and asked if anyone was new to AA. I raised my shaking hand about 12 inches and croaked, "Hi, I'm Barbara, and this is my first meeting." All 20 people turned to me with big smiles and called out, "Welcome! Keep coming back!" A nice warm feeling washed over me, quickly replaced by a hot flash of embarrassment. I thought, this isn't my style. Then came uncertainty. Now what? Where are the instructions? After the meeting, I noticed a good-looking guy in a tight white T-shirt looking at me with a knowing smile. He walked over and handed me his phone number. That didn't seem right, hitting on me that way, not here. "Call me if you feel like drinking," he said. It took a moment for me to realize that he wasn't asking me out. He was throwing me a lifeline, nothing more. He gave me a meeting book, some pamphlets, and suggested I keep coming back. I still felt awful, and so hit another meeting that night, making mine a double. Uptown to a church basement on West 79th Street, a big, noisy meeting where everyone seemed to know each other. I was shy, still sick with anxiety, and scared. I looked around for an empty seat in the back and saw a big, affable man headed right toward me. Oh, shit. "Hi, you new? There's a seat over here if you'd like to sit with us." He gestured toward a group of women and men chatting and laughing as if they were at a cocktail party. They welcomed me like a lost sister and showered me with gifts, books, phone numbers, invitations to go for coffee. I was overwhelmed and didn't understand the generosity. I must have been a welcome sight for anyone who wanted to help other people, and they all did. Hands shaking, stuttering, and shuffling, I was the poster child for one day of not drinking. It took some time before I learned that they stayed sober by helping others get sober. I was in the right place. Not knowing what else to do, I went to a different meeting every day that week, sometimes two. Some were social and even entertaining, others hardcore, deadly serious. The members were of all varieties, Upper East Side matrons and ex-cons, rich people who had lost everything, and formerly homeless people who were making their way back. Park Row to Park Bench, Skid Row to Soho. CEOs and truck drivers, artists and clerks, all sharing their lives anonymously. I was surprised to see a few teenagers and envied them for fixing the problem before they wasted years of their lives. At each meeting, they asked newcomers to introduce themselves. One day I mustered up the courage to say, "Hi, I'm Barbara, and I'm an alcoholic." That word, alcoholic. It didn't feel like a defeat. It was a relief to admit something I'd known deep down for a long time. I'm not sure at what point it happened, but soon the shame I felt was replaced by a kind of pride. I belonged to something bigger than myself, a tough group of strong, interesting people who worked every day to overcome a deadly disease. AA is not for sissies. I made 90 days without a drink, the time it takes to either make or break a habit. I found a home group, a gay women's meeting where I celebrated that anniversary and got my first coin, a brass token marking the achievement of my first 90 days of sobriety. People clapped and I cried, in happiness this time. I felt great. I kept coming back, and one day at a time I didn't pick up a drink. Once I start something, I have to be good at it, so I threw myself heart first into AA. Got a sponsor, worked the 12 steps, read the big book, went to a meeting each day, then out with a group afterward. I made the coffee, passed the basket, and greeted new people. I was rushing it a bit, and an old-timer told me to relax and enjoy my first year. She gave me a good tool, the 3 A's. Awareness, acceptance, action. Stay in awareness for a while, she said. I had become aware that I was an alcoholic and needed help. That was a big one. A wake-up call, you might say. It wouldn't be the first. As my head cleared, I became mindful of so much more, like how much I lied to myself. The first lie of an addict is diminishment. Diminishing what happened, how much you drank, how awful your behavior was. You try to diminish everything, but you're not fooling anyone, only making yourself small. Then, and I don't know which is worse, you go from diminishment to exaggeration. Like the way I exaggerated my importance at the button store where I worked, thinking of myself as a vendeuse, a saleslady of taste and refinement, as if using French would make me feel a little better about my wasted education. Awareness was good, but it wasn't all good. The character flaws I had developed over the years were rising not so slowly to the surface, and I felt shame. It was a familiar feeling, and it took me all the way back to my first drunk at age 12, when my grandmother fed me gin sours during a family cookout. It was fun at first. I liked the relaxed, loopy sensation it gave me, the feeling that everything was all right. Then I saw the way my mother looked at me, and I was ashamed. But that was then, and this was now, as my sponsor reminded me. "Relax, okay?" she said. "You can't change it until you know what it is. Accept it and move on." Accept it. Move on. It wasn't easy, but being around people who understood what I felt really helped. AA became my lifeline. The system and logic appealed to me, and even today I use the 3 A's before making big changes. Awareness, acceptance, action. The saying in AA is, "The same man drinks," or, "Nothing changes if nothing changes." If you don't change and grow, you'll be a drunk again. Maybe a dry drunk, not drinking alcohol, but acting out just as badly as if you were, with the same behaviors that wrecked your life in the first place. Occasionally, I heard someone promise a life beyond your wildest dreams. I thought that was just hyperbole. Besides, my dreams were long forgotten. We learned tools for living: honesty, humility, work, acceptance of others, decency, keeping your word, kindness. All the elements of a clean and sober life, packaged in easy-to-remember slogans for clouded minds. I flourished in those rooms, flying on the pink cloud, a warm feeling that comes when you stop poisoning every cell in your body. I liked having sobriety and felt like I was accomplishing something. Every day that I didn't drink was like putting money in the bank. Sobriety was a gift, and no way was I returning it. My thinking was still fuzzy, and my sponsor advised me not to make any major life changes in the first year. But Lee and I now had clashing agendas. I needed to get sober, and she didn't. Maybe I could drink again after a little while. She wondered, maybe just a light beer? We had an amicable breakup a few months later, and happily she found the life she wanted with someone else. A few minor friends drifted away, uncomfortable drinking around me, though I didn't care whether they drank or not. I knew I had been judgy in the past, quick to point out other people's problems as a way to deflect attention from my own. I had no time to judge anybody else now. I was too busy working on me. I made plenty of new friends and went to sober dances, which sounded like a terrible idea at first. I pictured fake-smiled people standing along the walls, too inhibited to dance in the center of an empty floor. But it was no different from any other party I had gone to, except that no one fell down, started a fight, or sobbed in the corner. It was wonderful to have fun, then wake up the next morning and realize I hadn't done anything stupid. Had I not gotten sober, my life would have remained small. Once I began drinking regularly, I didn't think about travel, restaurants, theater. I didn't even go to the movies. Too much trouble. I had always thought I was funny. Now I realized that I was sarcastic and a little mean. Worst of all, I had lost my curiosity. As a kid, I would sit happily by myself, staring at gadgets, taking them apart to see how they worked. I opened up my father's Zenith transistor radio and marveled at the tiny multicolored resistors and capacitors. I built my own crystal radio from a kit. It worked. When I saw Mr. Wizard doing experiments on Saturday morning TV, I knew I was a scientist. I needed a lab. I loved figuring things out and had a deep need to know what happened. My constant and annoying question was, why? Of course, back then the answer was, because that's the way it is. Still, I convinced my parents to get me a Gilbert chemistry set and an illustrated anatomy book. It would be an investment in my future, I promised. The chemistry set was a trifold metal haven I could hide behind. Bottles of chemicals in the middle, test tubes and beakers on the right, with tools and a manual on the left. I was in my element. It didn't hurt that my brothers and sisters weren't allowed to disturb me when I was doing such important and dangerous work. What if something blew up? As the oldest of 9, I took my role seriously. I was the responsible one, the one who knew how to put out a fire, who knew first aid, who had her own chemistry set. The next year, my Christmas presents included a microscope and the visible man, a see-through model of the human body complete with plastic guts. For my birthday, I received a dead frog in formaldehyde and a dissecting kit. With that, I was hooked. Neighborhood kids would bring me their roadkill finds, and I'd dissect them in front of an eager audience. Opening up an animal to discover how everything worked, seeing how the skeleton, muscles, and organs all interacted, gave me an unmatched thrill. There was something visceral about the experience, a childhood's search for what it was that separated life from death. Gradually, those baby scientist dreams had died in an alcoholic haze of disappointment and loss. I sometimes think back about those first days back in AA and the steps I took to surrender. And that's what it was, surrender. I don't know how I let go enough to ask for help. It wasn't like me. I liked to be in charge, the boss of me. But I was boss of a very small outfit. My AA sponsor pointed out that I was underemployed. Maybe, but I was reluctant to leave my sobriety jobs, easy gigs without a lot of pressure. But it was time to get my act together. This was a little scary, like graduating to the outside world. I had run out of excuses for not trying, for not putting anything on the line. My sponsor told me about an 8-week career counseling service and vocational rehab called EPRA, the Employment Program for Recovering Alcoholics. In New York State, being an alcoholic is considered a disability, and so you get free help and services. I applied for the program because in AA, you do what you're told. After some intake interviews and counseling sessions, I was informed that I would be starting off with a 4-week diagnostic vocational evaluation and situational assessment. What sounded official and dry was actually fun. We took tests, vocational aptitude, MAPP, Myers-Briggs, and something about preferences that I really enjoyed. The questions were about rathers. Would you rather type a letter or groom a horse? Would you rather repair a car engine or design dresses? Hunt for squirrels or map asteroids? I attended group meetings where we sat and discussed our feelings about work. Because alcoholics often suffer from grandiosity and a feeling that the rules don't apply to us, they were going to teach us to be humble, play nice with others, and be a worker among workers. I listened agreeably, even though I thought my education put me ahead of the rest of the people there. That was until one of the group members, an imposing woman with a perpetual sneer, explained her feelings about being a worker among workers. You see, I'm an attorney, an administrative law judge, actually. I can't be expected to take just any job. I cringed the way you do when you recognize yourself in someone else's words. It was time to change. We had to do a couple of weeks of volunteer work, and I was assigned to the kitchens at God's Love We Deliver, an organization that delivered free meals to homebound people with AIDS. Because I had a master's degree in public health, I chopped onions and celery. I didn't like it, but kept repeating what they told me. Be a part of what you do. Do your work with pride. Get over yourself. I tried, but was not a good chopper, so they assigned me to open envelopes and sort mail. Of course, I knew a better way to open the envelopes, but they set me straight. Just do your work, Barbara. Soon the battery of test results came back, weirdly precise. After reviewing them, my counselor informed me that I should be either a poultry veterinarian or a coroner. Why poultry, I asked. The counselor explained his concern that ailing puppies would upset me. But chickens, he said, with those beady little eyes? Nobody gets emotional about chickens. In my earlier career as a physician assistant, I often got attached to my patients and became upset when they didn't make it. But if the people were already dead... I didn't hesitate. I'll take coroner, I told him. It was all coming together. As a coroner, I could find out what happened, do scientific assessments, and fix things. I could ask why. They gave me a homework assignment at EPRA to get an interview with the person I thought had the best job in the city. I remembered seeing a job ad in the New York Times the year before, something about investigators for the medical examiner's office. I had often noticed a name in crime stories in the New York Post or Daily News. A spokesman for Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Charles Hirsch stated that the cause of death was... The counselor had said that everyone loves to talk about their work, so why not try to talk to him? I called Dr. Hirsch to ask for an informational interview. He graciously agreed to see me. On the appointed day, I polished my pumps and brushed the hair out of my eyes. I put on a little eye makeup and a dash of lip gloss, understated. I arrived at First Avenue and 30th Street in my one skirt suit, a leftover from my days as a PA and then hospital administrator at St. Barnabas. I had been wearing black for so long that I felt a little conspicuous in my dark blue Glen plaid. The building was a bright blue tiled cube, a vaguely Bauhaus shabby standout in Hospital Row, the stretch along First Avenue housing Bellevue, NYU Langone, and the VA hospital. Brushed aluminum letters announced proudly, City of New York, Office of Chief Medical Examiner. Several of the letters were missing. The lobby was gloomy, a waiting area for relatives of the dead. But the walls were a beautiful marble of browns and purples. Blazoned above the reception desk in aluminum letters were the words, Tascient colloquia, effugiat risus, hic locis est ubi mors gaudet suceri vitae. Weird. I waited only a few moments before I was ushered into Dr. Hirsch's office, a large space lined with books and a wall of photographs. Young doctors in white coats. In each photo, he stood in the middle of a small graduating class of forensic pathology fellows, aging slowly among his students over the years. I arrived nervous and intimidated, but was quickly put at ease. With his pipe and suspenders, Dr. Hirsch looked more like a history professor than a powerful city official. He was the male equivalent of jolie laide, an expression the French have for someone who is attractive despite having homely features. Dr. Hirsch's prominent nose was bent to the side, the souvenir of a college boxing match, and his large ears stuck out a bit. But his eyes shined with intelligence and humor, and his crooked smile was instantly disarming. Somehow he made me feel like an important visitor. I fell a little in love with him when he said, "Thank you for coming in to see us. Please, tell me about yourself." I spoke about my work as a physician assistant and how bored I had been as a hospital administrator. He smiled at that. "Me too," he said. "I don't enjoy that work, so I hire the best people and listen to them." I hadn't really prepared for the meeting, spending more time picking the outfit than thinking about what I wanted to learn. Typical for an arrogant alcoholic. But I found him easy to talk to, and my questions came easily. "What is it like to work with the dead?" I asked. "Peaceful," was his deadpan answer. "Really, though, we're working for the families of the dead, and that's harder. We're seeing them at the most difficult time in their lives, and they want answers and justice. It's noble work." We talked easily, and he was so damned respectful, as if I were somebody. Many people like to intimidate others so that they stay in control and have the power. Not Charles Hirsch. He wanted me to feel well-regarded and comfortable. He had such excellent self-esteem that he never had to feel important. He took me across the lobby to meet Richard, the director of investigations, pausing in front of the reception desk to translate the Latin inscription on the wall. "Let conversation cease and laughter flee, for this is the place where death delights to help the living." Richard was jovial and aggressively hearty with something between a Western and Midwestern accent. "Welcome, welcome. Pull up a chair, make yourself comfortable. How you doing today? Good? Good." He had a big smile and a strong handshake. Despite the affable exterior, Richard was letting me know exactly what kind of guy he was. leaning all the way back in his big office chair with his fingers laced behind his head. He was signaling that he was relaxed and important. I wondered how relaxed he'd feel if his chair tipped over and he cracked his head on the floor. I knew the kind of guy he was. Intimidating others made him feel powerful. He would be easy to manipulate. After a time, Richard introduced me to his medico-legal investigators. Well, not so much introduced as tossed me into the room. "Hey guys," he said, "this is Barbara. Tell her what we do here." The investigator's office was a 10 by 12-foot space with one little window blocked by a non-functioning air conditioner, 4 bulky gray metal desks, a few filing cabinets, and the kind of worn brown linoleum you see in 1950s government institutions. The medico-legal investigators, or MLIs, were an odd assortment of men. There was Reuven, a handsome Orthodox Jew with a yarmulke and beard, dressed in a dark suit and tie. Randy was well-dressed and groomed with subtle highlights in his blondish hair. Both wore suspenders in homage to Dr. Hirsch, Reuven's black and Randy's bright red. Then there was Bob, sloppy in wrinkled khakis and a scraggly beard. They were all watching me intently. Why was I here? They had just gotten approval for another investigator position, but I didn't look like a candidate to these guys. They obviously thought I was a nice girl, maybe an administrator type in my business suit and heels. The MLIs tested me, showing me gruesome photographs of homicides and horrific accidents to see my reactions. Bob presented me with a case he'd just had that morning. A man lying on the street outside an open car door, blood running from his head into a sewer drain. See the marks on the side of his face? These are contusions and abrasions from the safety glass, meaning he was shot through a closed car window. Wow. So even if he was dumped out there, you could tell he was shot through a window. Nice. Reuven pushed a photo under my nose. A bloated, leaking body, the skin marbled with purple and green veins, eyes bulging like a gargoyle. Do you know what this is? It's what we see all summer long. It's a decomp, a decomposed body. Too bad this isn't scratch and sniff. You wouldn't believe what a stink. Interesting. What did he die of? Who remembers? I get so many cases, I don't know from what. Randy snickered. Maybe you don't know because you never got closer than the doorway. He turned to me. Rube doesn't like to get splooge on his shoes. I didn't blink throughout the photo lineup, just laughed at their jokes and asked questions about the cases. Then Randy took me down to the autopsy suite where a murder victim lay on the table with a knife in his chest and multiple stab wounds. I wondered aloud if the perpetrator was right or left-handed, which started the pathologist on an interesting discussion of wound angles. Fascinating. Afterwards, I went back to Richard's office, and we talked some more about being a medico-legal investigator, what the job was like, and how difficult it was. Then he leaned way back in his chair again and popped the question. "How would you like to work for us?" "Really?" "Yes. I've got an investigator position open. It's yours if you want it." Mine if I wanted it. I wanted it. I was so excited that I wanted to jump over the desk to accept. Alcoholism had landed me my dream job. But I was scared. This was way out of my comfort zone, my recent world of jobs that didn't require too much effort, and the protective cocoon of 12-step programs where I could change slowly. People's lives were affected by death investigations. Who the hell was I to think I had the right stuff? But I had played in a professional world before, as a physician assistant in surgery, then hospital administrator. I had done good things, important things. I could adopt a new persona for this role. I had always been good at that. In the program, I was told to act as if. Act as if you are sober, confident, unafraid. Act the part until it's no longer an act. I could do this. Chapter 3. How to Roll a Body. My training at the OCME was ragged. When I reported to work in September of 1992, nervous but proud, I was expected to observe autopsies, attend lectures, and get to daily rounds where the MEs discussed cases with the chief. One of the fellows would present his case, like the one where the mugger had accosted an elderly man. "Give me your money or I'll kill you, motherfucker," the assailant had said while waving a knife. The old man clutched his chest and fell to the ground, where he died moments later. The decedent had had heart disease, and the autopsy revealed a massive myocardial infarction. But the mugger didn't physically assault him. Natural or homicide? I was riveted. "You take your victim as you find him," said Dr. Hirsch. "It's homicide by heart attack." "Well, how would I write that on the death certificate?" the fellow asked. "Just state the facts. Cause of death, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Manner of death, homicide. And in the how injury occurred section, perhaps cardiac arrhythmia precipitated by stress of armed robbery." Then there was the drug overdose. There were many drug overdoses. Was it an accident or a suicide? "Read the MLI report," the chief would say. What was the context, the intent? Did he want to have fun, or did he mean to die? Context and intent. That's what I would be looking for. I was learning that in the office and out on tour, where I accompanied the more seasoned investigators. I was expected to see as many cases as I could in the field, as well as answering calls from hospital docs whose patients had lasted long enough to make an interim stop at the ER before the morgue, their final destination. I soon learned that we not only investigated deaths, we helped to prevent them. If a death was an accident, perhaps we could prevent others from dying that way. Indeed, the reason we have a window guard law in New York is that MEs were seeing too many children die from falling out of windows. Wearing shoulder restraints and seat belts in cars is required because of data MEs reported on injuries and deaths in vehicle crashes. Who knew? I spent time in each department, observing autopsies and pathology, touring the toxicology and histology labs, learning how the identifications team matched decedents with their families, and how the morgue, records, and administration operated. My department, investigations, was clearly the most exciting. There were usually 20 MLIs and a few part-time physician investigators, 5 in each borough except Staten Island, a quiet part of the city. I requested Manhattan and got it, sometimes picking up cases in the Bronx when things got busy. Everything was fascinating. Everything was new. I was being shown a city that few had access to, and I loved it. I was especially excited to go out to scenes with the guys. Excited and scared. It wasn't just naturals. There were suspicious deaths. There were murders, for God's sake. What if I made a mistake? What if I violated a protocol, messed up in front of the cops? It would be a couple months before I could take criminal investigations and homicides courses at NYPD. Courses that would teach me interview techniques, evidence collection and preservation, blood spatter interpretation. In the interest of mutual benefit, the police department invited 2 or 3 MLIs to attend these trainings each year. In the meantime, I took in knowledge everywhere I could, breathing it in like air. I was going to learn a lot more than forensic investigation techniques. I was going to learn how to live in this new world I was a part of. One of the first autopsies I saw was on an 8-year-old who'd been raped and smothered by a middle-aged man who then threw her in a garbage dump. He was angry because he had given her mother $50 to get cocaine so they could party. When she took off with the money, he took off with her daughter. The Post headline called her the Angel in Hell. I was sick at what I saw and didn't know how to process it. I asked the ME doing the autopsy how she could stand to do this sort of work, and she gave me some excellent advice. When you leave here each day, surround yourself with things of beauty. Enjoy nature and art and food and music and love. Just do it, and don't skip a day. Seriously. She was right. Eventually, I would buy myself a little weekend house in the mountains where I could play in the grass and trees and have pets, a one-eyed cat named Monkey, and another named Frank, who looked like a waiter in a too small tuxedo, and Joey, the dog they loved to torment. That helped, but not as much as detachment. I had learned about that in Al-Anon, a sister program of AA, where I went because of my tendency to get twisted up in relationships with addicts like myself. I learned to detach from my extreme feelings, and it sure helped me now as I navigated some very twisted cases. There was a wide range of personalities among the MLIs training me, each one different from the next. Going out with Randy, we could spend an hour at a natural while he gossiped with detectives. He'd talk about Broadway shows he had seen, restaurants he'd tried, which ME was dating which cop, and he loved to shock. Investigating the death of a man who'd floated up onto the banks of the Hudson, we were confronted by a boatload of tourists on the Circle Line who started snapping pictures, no doubt to show to the folks back home in Dusseldorf. I was appalled, but Randy took it all in stride, raising the dead man's arm and waving it merrily. Not that the tourists were chastened. Camera flashes followed, sparking the sky like fireworks. If Randy was in the mood, he'd teach me the finer points of investigation, such as how to determine a body's original position by tracking bullet impact marks to wound angles. Find the bullet impact mark on the wall, connect it to the entry wound with a laser pointer or string, note directionality of the bullet abrasion ring. Sometimes he'd show me how to do something really useful, like roll a body to examine it from all sides. Cross one of the decedent's legs over the other, fold the arm from the same side to the opposite shoulder, then squat at the side of the body and push from the hip and shoulder. That one came up a lot. A day with Reuven was like being on speed as we raced from one scene to the next. In and out fast and no one gets hurt. Snap the photos, flip the body, snap some more, poke the abdomen, and get the story from the HMFIC. Head motherfucker in charge. "So, are you going to tell me what we just did?" I asked after we had gone out a few times. "Barbara, this isn't hard," he sighed. "A neighbor called police for a welfare check. I examined him for trauma. Nothing. There were cardiac meds in the bathroom cabinet and a clinic visit card on the table. All the windows and doors were locked from inside, no drugs or alcohol on scene. The neighbor signed the ID form. Clearly a natural, no autopsy necessary. I'm bringing him in for claim only since there's no family present. We'll issue the death certificate because there's no private doc to do it." "What if he was poisoned?" "Who's going to poison an old guy with no money?" "Fair point, but I wanted to be good at this. I didn't want to stop at the obvious. What if he was a Nazi war criminal and one of his victims' families caught up with him?" "I should be so lucky," he said. "Trust me, it's a natural." Satisfied that he had appeased the newbie, Reuven raced back to the office where he fielded calls from his girlfriend and his wife. Mrs. R. thought he worked the day shift. His girlfriend thought he worked 4 to 12s. Our little Barney Miller office was crowded. There was no room for privacy, so we got to hear Reuven juggle his complicated lives. "Sorry, guys, I gotta take this." Eyeballs rolled around the room. "Rachel, I have to work late tonight. We're on something big. I can't talk about it." No, come on, don't be like that. This is right from City Hall." "That's right. I gotta go." We shrieked with laughter. "City Hall, oh, that's a good one." Randy went out the door, then rushed back in moments later. "Hey, Ruve, the governor's on line 3, says it's urgent." I bent over, laughing until it hurt. Reuven grinned and shook his head, blessing us with his fond paternal look. Then he picked up the phone again. "Hi, Elena, we're on." "Yeah, I managed to get the shift off. See you at 6. I don't know how he did it, living a double life like that. I had tried it years before, drinking and snorting cocaine at night, playing hospital executive by day. The cover-up was exhausting. There are only so many ways to explain bloodshot eyes and dozing off at your desk. No one is fighting a cold every week. Most of my field training was done by Bob, and he taught me well. A sweet and caring man, Bob was a Vietnam vet with untreated PTSD who had a habit of falling asleep in the middle of a sentence. He said he had narcolepsy. I knew that excuse. Judging from his furtive rummaging in a bottom desk drawer, it was more like pills washed down with vodka. But Bob took his time with me at scenes, talking about the effects of weather changes in time-of-death calculations, or how to avoid the fluid gush while rolling a decomp. He showed me the subtle marks that are the hallmark of a smothering death. "Check the nose," he told me. "If the nostrils are pinched tight, you might get abrasions and contusions. Check for tooth marks under the lips. That's a pretty sure sign of a hand clamped over someone's mouth and nose." He told me about the booming noise a human body makes when it impacts the ground from a decent height. Some of our organs are hollow, or nearly so, and can explode on impact. Who knew? At a stabbing, he taught me about paired wounds. You see the dot and dash punctures spaced about a ½ inch to 1 inch apart? They're repeated all over the chest. That's the pattern of scissor punctures. One blade is pointed, the other is broader. He called a detective over, indicating a desk in the hallway. "I think that's your murder weapon sitting in the pencil cup." Bob was a good investigator and a kind man, but he was troubled. A few months after my training was completed, he was interviewing a family member at the scene of a natural when he passed out and fell off a kitchen chair. The cop checked his pulse and breathing while the startled woman called EMS. The same crew came back, having just pronounced her aunt an hour ago. The EMT was a wise guy. "Hey, did the aunt change her mind?" They examined poor Bob, as he was known, and at the ER it was determined that he was stoned. The office sent him to rehab twice, but it didn't take, and Bob was fired. Things got worse after that, then they got better. He bottomed out, found AA and NA. It stuck. He got sober, found work and a good relationship with a woman from the program. Then he got a new job in a pain management clinic, which is sometimes just a legal way to deal opiates. Temptation drove everything to hell. He kept going until he couldn't. Bob hanged himself. Did alcoholics make good investigators? It was a question I asked myself a lot in those early days. Drinkers have so much practice in covering up. Hide the bottles, walk in a straight line, keep your eyelids from drooping, enunciate, don't slur your words. We can see through things to what is hidden. The dark parts, the cracks in people, that which they do not want seen. We use alcohol to hide ourselves. The sensitivities, the pain of feeling too much. At least I did. So much jollier to have a few drinks, numb the anxiety, mask the shyness, and put on a good show. A good investigator knows what is hidden, hears the unsaid words, sees what is out of place. Who better than someone with experience in hiding? I was a natural. Between cases, I devoured Spitz and Fisher's Medico-Legal Investigation of Death, the MLI's Bible. I'd started reading the hefty book months before I began working, while waiting to be processed by the city bureaucracy. I carried the 1,300-page tome around to the chagrin of my housemates in our little Southampton summer rental, humping and grunting over some interesting finding. "What, Barbara, what? Please, no more atypical drowning stories. Stop it." My friends worked in advertising or banking and had no appreciation for the beauty of a perfectly placed dagger wound. I would leave the book on a table in the sun porch next to a stack of People magazines to lend our home intellectual weight. I was studying the book at my desk when Dr. Hirsch stopped by to say hello. "How's your little day, Barbara?" "Very good, thank you." "Not so little, though. There's a lot to learn here." "That's true, but do you know how to eat an elephant?" "No." "One bite at a time." We both laughed. My door is always open if you have questions. There is something, not exactly forensics, though. Please, go ahead. I was out on a fire case with Bob, and the family came in a few days later to do the ID, and they had questions. The decedent's brother wanted to know if he had suffered. I said I didn't know, but would put him in touch with the ME on the case. That's correct. If you don't know, you can't answer. I was thinking, though, wouldn't it be best to just say no, and no harm would be done? And if they ask you why not, what will you say? He asked. Will you make something up? I thought about it and said, but why tell them when it will hurt them horribly to know what happened? He explained, if you lie even one time to a family, everything else you say becomes suspect. What you have is your word, and it should be impeccable. You don't have to embellish with gory details, but state the findings simply and factually. Almost all his burns were post-mortem, and his carbon monoxide level was high. He died of smoke inhalation. There were small second-degree burns to his hands, which were no doubt painful. If they ask how long he suffered, give them a fair estimate. People can handle the truth, but not uncertainty. The things they imagine are almost always more painful than the facts. That struck me as eminently sensible. He was teaching me the things I would never find in textbooks. A few weeks into my training, Richard, the director of investigations, called me into his office to let me know that he was hearing good things about me. The MEs say you're smart, you ask good questions, the guys like you, and Reuven says you keep your cool at the scene. That's important. Stay sharp, keep your eyes and ears open. He says you'll make a good investigator. I beamed. Thank you, Richard, that's great to hear. Opening his desk drawer, he reached in and said, I've got a little something for you. He placed a black leather case on his desk, pushing it toward me with 2 fingers. Open it. He leaned way back in his chair. I flipped the wallet open and saw a shining gold shield with blue letters. Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, Medico-Legal Investigator. My badge number was inserted in a cutout window, 111. I gave a little gasp of pleasure. It was beautiful, the nicest thing a man ever gave me. Richard winked at me. Go out there and make me proud. I stood up and tucked the shield case into my waistband, gave him a little salute, then winked back. Yes, sir. I ran back to the MLI room to show the guys. Reuven laughed. You know, you don't have to wear it in the building. We know who you are. Randy gave a little snort. Oh, please, you know damn well she's going to pin it to her pajamas and wear it to bed tonight. He wasn't all that far off. I thought it was sexy as hell. My time as a physician assistant in surgery had given me a decent grasp of anatomy, so I wasn't all that interested in the internal dissection of organs during autopsy. I preferred to focus on the external signs of injury, the fingerprint contusions of a manual strangulation, the hilt mark in a stab wound that told us the type of knife used, the burn ring of a full-contact gunshot wound, These were more useful in my end of things. The exception was multiple gunshot wounds. That was another matter entirely. Tracking the path of destruction was exacting work that involved placing long rods along the trajectories to determine shooter's versus victim's position and ultimately figure out which had been the lethal shot. A ricochet off bone or a tumbling bullet could throw the whole thing off. If there were 2 or more shooters, that was like putting together a jigsaw puzzle in the dark. You never forget your first multiple gunshot victim. Mine was a cold Wednesday morning, and I was accompanying some medical residents on morning rounds when I heard a doctor mutter, "Like Hirsch says, I would rather autopsy 7 people shot once than 1 person shot 7 times. "Who's that?" I asked the woman next to me. "Hayes," she whispered. I'd heard about Jonathan Hayes, a British forensic pathologist known for his robust appetite for good food and bad women. His table was often crowded with observing students who found him to be a good teacher and entertaining. I'd first laid eyes on him a couple of weeks before when he rode into the morgue bay on the back of a motorcycle driven by a long-legged woman dressed in black leather. She pulled off her helmet to kiss him goodbye, and long, dark curls tumbled down her shoulders like a Pantene ad. I made sure to attend as many of Hayes's autopsies as I could, and one afternoon I managed to nudge my way in to be closer to his table, which held the body of a 40-ish Hispanic man with a pink cone of foam over his nose and mouth. Behold the stigmata of illicit drug use and its nearly inevitable result, the fatal overdose, Dr. Hayes explained. Note the old track marks on his arms and the fresher punctures on his ankles. The foam is pulmonary froth, the result of edematous lungs as cardiac activity slows. A not unpleasant end, I suppose. It all sounded cool in his British accent, very masterpiece theater. Now, do look at the tattoos for a moment. They tell you quite a bit about this fellow's life. Blue ink and roughly done, as is common in prison tats. The teardrop at the corner of his eye can mean that he either committed a murder or is mourning the murder of a fellow gang member. The gang would be Latin kings, as is evidenced by the 5-point crown on his chest. And so it goes. Wow. This was the best pathology lesson I had ever heard, a far cry from The Physiology of the Spleen, Part 1. The guy was a walking encyclopedia of fun things to know. I soon found out that he was an expert on house and electronic music, an habitué of downtown dance clubs who wrote for hip magazines. I went to a lecture he presented on blunt force trauma and came away feeling like an expert. He brought dry textbooks to life. Laceration versus cut? He'd show us the tissue bridging of flesh split by a tire iron to the skull, a laceration. The clean slice of a machete was a cut, illustrated by the case story of a contractor who was beaten by laborers wielding both instruments. The contractor refused to pay the men after 2 weeks' work, offering instead to call INS and have them deported. Rough justice. I wanted to know things the way John Hayes knew things and took advantage of whatever training opportunities I could talk my way into. At NYPD there were special victims and cult death courses, in addition to homicide and criminal investigation. When Richard wouldn't take me off schedule, I'd use my vacation time to attend. It was heaven learning from the veterans of the business presenting the toughest cases and how they were solved, hanging with the guys while they told war stories. I wanted to fit in as one of the girls who was one of the boys, and saw my opportunity one afternoon when I was crowded into an elevator full of detectives. I turned, glanced over my shoulder, and said, "Jesus, I hope that's your gun." Their laughter told me everything. I was in. It was a cool, clear morning in December of '92, bright daylight, and there was a dead body in the alley behind an apartment building in Morningside Heights. Almost Harlem, but separated by geology and the influence of Columbia University, which runs, and owns, much of the neighborhood. I gave my name and shield number to the first officer, who stood guard at the entrance. "Butcher from the M.E., Shield 111. It felt good to say that. I went out through the back door and down the stairs to see a dead man with a bashed-in head lying face down in the alley near a small pile of construction debris. An orange plastic cement bucket, broken sheetrock, scraps of sawn-off 2x4s, and a couple empty bags of Quikrete. His blood had mixed with concrete dust as it spread beneath him and turned Pepto-Bismol pink. On the dark asphalt ground, long bloody streaks mixed with bits of tissue led to a lemon-sized chunk of brain about 10 feet from his head. It looked to be the cerebellum. This was one of my first solo cases, and it appeared to be a simple one. After an autopsy, the medical examiner would likely write, "Cause of death, blunt head trauma." But what about the manner of death? That was equally important. The police were there to figure out who did it, if indeed there was a who. The forensic pathologist would find the cause of death, the what. My job was to figure out the how, in other words, the manner of death. It was possible that someone had bashed this guy's head in with a bat or thrown him off a building. He could have jumped or fallen while working on the roof. Was it a homicide, suicide, or accident? As the eyes and ears of the medical examiner, it was my job to gather the evidence to figure that out. The weight of that made me uneasy. I had read an article that Dr. Hirsch wrote about the importance of interpreting autopsy findings in light of the entire investigation. None of us can rest comfortably with the notion that we may have overlooked a homicide or misinterpreted homicidal injuries as an accident. However, any discomfort resulting from such false conclusions is luxury compared to our dread of the converse. No shit. This wasn't just about the dead, it was about justice and public health. I had better get good at this. Like a mantra, I repeated the first thing that Hirsch ever taught me. You can never go wrong if you do the right thing. So I usually did the right thing. At work, anyway. Doing the right thing was comforting in that no matter what happened, I didn't have to feel guilty. I could make a mistake and not beat myself up, so long as it was an honest one. Pride in my work was replacing my nervousness over the responsibilities of the job. I looked around at all the cops and plainclothes guys, trying to identify the HMFIC, head motherfucker in charge, so I could check in and get the story. I picked him out based on the tan trench coat, decent suit, and shined shoes. I introduced myself. Not very friendly, he put on his reading glasses and just read off his memo book. Unknown male, 911 call came from the building super who found him at 07:30 hours while taking out the garbage. EMS pronounced at 07:45 without intervention. Resident L. Shapiro in 2D states awakened by a booming noise around dawn. Canvas in progress. He snapped the pad shut and turned away. Maybe he was one of those guys who didn't like other agencies messing around in his investigation. There were more than a few of those, cops who went to any length to protect their turf. Firemen, too, sometimes. They were proud of being first responders, some teasing us for being last responders. I'd show him. By the time we finished this case, he'd see how valuable I was. The booming noise was my first clue, and a good one. While detectives canvassed the neighbors to see if anyone knew anything or recognized the decedent, I asked the first officer on scene what had changed since the dead guy was discovered. Anyone move the body, remove any objects, turn him over? Nope, all good. A pristine scene. First responders are naturally curious to see what happened, and sometimes they move things they shouldn't. I once had a rookie EMT roll a headless body over, his excuse being that he had to check if it was dead. Evidence gets lost that way. I got to work documenting everything in the primary scene. The back of the gray brick building, the rusted metal stairs leading from the basement door to the alley, the bent nails and lumber scraps near the decedent. If I saw any possible weapons in the alley, a bloody 2x4 or tire iron, I'd photograph them too. I snapped the body as it was found, head to toe, then zeroed in on any injuries I could see without moving him. I noted the clothing. He was wearing street clothes. A construction worker's vest or pajamas would have told a different story. After that, I checked for jewelry, identification, and money in his pockets, all of which I gave to the first officer for vouchering. I thought about doing some measurements and remembered another Hirschism. If you think of a thing, do it. The distance from the body to the building, distance of the brain from the head, approximate height of the building. Maybe they could tell us something. By now, neighbors from the surrounding buildings were peering out their windows. One middle-aged woman in pink hair curlers was sipping her morning coffee and munching on toast, elbows propped up on the sill. A young man in pajamas was sitting in his window smoking and peering intently at the body. I wasn't surprised. This was interesting stuff. I was just grateful that no one was hollering out suggestions. "Did you check his pulse?" was a popular one. On this day, we had a nice crowd, quiet and polite. I set up my tour bag in a clean spot and laid out the equipment. Camera, heavy latex gloves, tape measure, thermometer, tweezers, evidence envelopes and tape, pen, memo book. Those little blue shoe covers they make you wear in fancy houses. Paper bags, small and large. Biological evidence is always put in paper, never plastic, so that it can dry. A moist environment produces mold, which destroys the material. Same for the hands. That's why we cover them in paper bags and tape them at the wrist if we suspect blood or tissue under the fingernails. I put on gloves and had a closer look. Turning the decedent over, I made observations for the time of death determination. Based on his hair color and skin texture, the dead man looked to be about 45 to 55. He was dressed in a plaid flannel shirt and denim jeans, black Fila sneakers. The soles and treads of the sneakers had a thick coating of a fine white dust. I checked his pockets carefully so as to avoid getting stuck with a knife or, worse, a needle. Several of us had been stuck and were put on AZT prophylaxis. This was in 1992, and AZT was as close as you could get to a wonder drug against HIV. If there were any cash, I would have the first officer count and voucher it in front of me before initialing the entry in his memo book. Relatives sometimes claimed that the decedent was carrying $1,000 and that first responders had stolen it. It was always 1,000 for some reason. The man's forehead was covered with a large abrasion, a skid mark of asphalt and grit tattooed into his skin. I had never seen that in a book. The back of his head was wide open with a flap of skull held on by the scalp. I could see his brain beneath, minus the piece across the yard. This was our second clue, the contra-coup injury. This I knew about from John Hayes's Thursday afternoon lecture and an article I'd read in a medical journal called Physics and Forensic Engineering. I had learned that when a person is struck in the head with a moving object, such as a bat, the skull fractures and the brain is contused or lacerated beneath the blow. If the skull is the moving object, as when a person falls and strikes his head, we see injury at the point of impact as well as an injury opposite that point. That's because the brain accelerates through the fall, and bounces against the hard case of the skull. If you drop a ripe tomato sealed in a Tupperware container to the floor, you'll see it crushed on top and bottom. Same thing. Now I could reasonably say that he hadn't been hit in the head with a bat or tire iron. Every action has an equal but opposite reaction. So, a blow wouldn't be sufficient to eject a piece of brain 10 feet across the alleyway. It was all coming together in my mind. Apparently, the man came down from the building and landed on his forehead, transmitting the force through his skull and causing the back of his head to blow open. The third confirmation of his descent was his belt, which was split open, not at the buckle, but right through the thick brown leather. When he landed on his head, his body compressed, and the expansion of the abdomen popped his pants open and tore the belt in half. Incredible force. His chest felt crumpled like a bag of broken sticks. Must have broken all his ribs, too. It seemed that he hadn't been dead that long, but to be sure, I had to check the body temperature. This entailed pulling down his pants and using a rectal thermometer. "What the hell are you doing?" a squirmy cop asked when I pulled out a condom to cover the thermometer. "Oh, sorry," I said. "Did you want to go first?" "No, I mean it," he said. "The poor guy's out here in the open. Everybody can see him." We didn't know yet if this man's death was the result of foul play, and I would hate to be testifying in court as to why I couldn't provide an estimation of time of death. It was too embarrassing. Still, I saw his point and draped some paper over the exposed area while waiting for the thermometer to register. The unfriendly detective was hovering over me, but I was so absorbed in the work, finding clues, recording, analyzing, putting together common sense, book learning, and field training, that I forgot about impressing him. I loved figuring this puzzle out. I was sure the man came off the building and died from impact at the time the neighbor heard the noise. Did he jump? Was he pushed? Did he fall? There were no defense wounds on his hands, like scratches or cuts. No stab wounds or gunshot wounds. Nothing consistent with a fight to the death. It's difficult to throw a man off a roof, and it leaves marks. Another detective helpfully suggested I check the railings around the back door and stairs for blood or tissue. Finding any would indicate that the man first struck there, then bounced off to the ground. Nothing. His body landed 8 feet away from the building, more consistent with a jump outward than a tumble over the edge, which would have landed him a bit closer. From a great height, the body might have bounced on some surfaces, but this building was only 6 stories, plus the distance down into the alleyway. A story is 12 to 14 feet, and I estimated the depth of the alleyway to be 15, so maybe 95 feet in total. It appeared he had jumped, but how to prove it? That's where law enforcement and the medical examiner intersect, working together to relate the body to the scene. Although the New York City OCME worked closely with NYPD, we were independent to a fault. Dr. Hirsch fiercely guarded that independence. He thought of us as science serving justice, the motto now emblazoned across the lobby of the new OCME DNA building on First Avenue. Technically, the body belongs to the MLI and the scene belongs to the police. But this relationship is where the case is solved. So they work together. In some jurisdictions there are problems, rivalries and such. I'd heard from a colleague in Boston that the police won't even let the MLI into the scene until they're done with their work. They practically throw the body out the door to him, is how he put it. Not in New York City, thank God. The primary scene was where the man had died, and now we had to find the secondary scene from whence he came. Those Fila sneakers, whose soles were coated with fine white powder, offered a clue. The cops had found an empty apartment on the top floor during their building search, and not just empty but open and undergoing renovation. New sheetrock over the old plaster, which had been taped and spackled and sanded, left a thick white dust everywhere, including the sixth-story landing. The unfriendly detective called me over excitedly and pointed to an open window there in the stairway, and on the freshly painted sill, a footprint of a sneaker tread. On the sash where you raised the window were 4 fingerprints of a man's hand. It was an aha moment, just like on TV. With construction workers going in and out, it would be easy for someone to wander into the building and find a window on a high floor. To be certain, we took a walk up to the locked roof and found that nothing was out of place. There were no signs that workmen had been up there. We could reasonably assume that the man dove out of the 6th-floor window and died by suicide. Our theory wouldn't become definite until the next day when the decedent was identified by fingerprints and found to be a homeless psychiatric patient with a history of attempted suicide. We didn't know that at the scene, which is why we used the language we did, the language of uncertainty. Based on the physical evidence, we reasonably assumed that the man had made his way to the 6th floor. Apparently, he had jumped. His wounds were consistent with a fall from a great height. Because no one really knew what had happened except the decedent, we had to make assumptions based on what was compatible with the findings and circumstances. That was my job, to interpret what the evidence was telling me and from there to come up with manner of death. Dead men do tell tales. You just have to listen. Chapter 4. Partners in Crime. I once had a neighbor who was fascinated with serial killers. Monica was a cheerful woman in her early 60s who volunteered with Meals on Wheels and did crossword puzzles late into the night. When I left town, she'd feed my cat and water my Diefenbachia. I liked Monica and was glad she lived upstairs, but her obsession with multiple murders confounded me. Why was this kind-hearted person so drawn to the dark side? And not just drawn to it, immersed in it. Her apartment was filled with books on the most notorious killers, everyone from Jack the Ripper to John Wayne Gacy. She never missed an episode of 48 Hours and would tape Unsolved Mysteries so she could watch it with her evening meal of takeout from Tio Pepe. I preferred Jeopardy and the reassuring banter of Alex Trebek, the daily double over the double murder. That all changed when I landed the job at the OCME. That's when I got it, the reason Monica liked to look under the bed for these real-life boogeymen, to confront what Gacy's attorney had called the worst of evil. She needed to understand what drove these people to commit such heinous acts. She needed to believe we were different from them. In time, I moved away from that apartment on West 4th Street, but I always seemed to meet another Monica. Nice people who studied serial murder the way lottery players studied dream books, obsessively. I was compulsive about my homework, too. I loved being out on the street handling cases, but I also wanted to learn as much as I could. To his credit, so did Reuven. He may have been a bit of a player, but he was dedicated to the job, and I respected that. We signed up for special training with the FBI and went down to Quantico together on our own dime. There, we learned the signs of clandestine burials and how to dig them up without losing evidence. We learned how to process complicated crime scenes in drug houses and the signature patterns of serial killers. Serial killers. I was poring over a book about the psychopathy of murder when I stumbled upon the 2 main classifications. It was the first time I realized that deviant behavior wasn't as random as I had assumed. One type of killer was considered organized, while the other one was disorganized. The organized killer was methodical, an orderly person who would prepare his route and track his victim. Intelligent, cunning, and cruel, he would plan his murders down to the last detail. The disorganized killer was a social outsider who acted on impulse. He usually had a lower IQ and rarely hid his crimes. This was the man your mother warned you about. He's the guy who'd jump out at you from behind the bushes, turning you into a wrong place, wrong time victim. The FBI's Roy Hazelwood came up with these distinctions in 1980, after a decade marred by the crimes of Ted Bundy, David Berkowitz, son of Sam, and Kenneth Bianchi, otherwise known as the Hillside Strangler. Hazelwood was a pioneering profiler with the real-life behavioral science unit, the division made famous by the TV show Criminal Minds. Monica would know that. He combined instinct with experience to develop the psychological and behavioral sketches that now help identify and apprehend offenders. Unlike their fictional counterparts, profilers like Hazelwood don't generally go to murder scenes. They work at their desks, sifting through the photographs, reports, notes, and observations people like me provide. I give the profiler the raw material to do his work. The documentation has to be meticulous, my observations sharp. If I neglected to photograph the peculiar way a victim's hands were posed or the entry angle of a knife in the abdomen, law enforcement might not have the information they needed to identify and apprehend a dangerous criminal. An estimated 6,000 murders go unsolved each year in the U.S. No way was I going to add to that number with sloppy investigative work. Not a day went by that I didn't see a homicide. New York City had 2,397 homicides in 1992, the year I joined the OCME. Only 285 in 2015, the year I left. There was plenty of action to go around, a lot of on-the-job exposure. I saw 2 or 3 homicides a day, in addition to the usual suicides, accidents, and naturals. I continued to read about classifications and pathologies, but there was nothing like being on the scene, observing the cops and senior investigators. Book smarts and street smarts. I wanted both. It didn't take long to realize that an open mind was my most important asset. As someone told me at an AA meeting, take your hands off your ears and put them over your mouth. That wasn't easy for someone like me, a know-it-all who loved to talk everything through. But I learned to listen, observe without making assumptions, and resist the temptation to create a story without all the facts. Like the time early in my training when I arrived on scene to find footprints on a deathbed. I walked slowly around the body, raising my eyebrows like a certain TV detective. Then, after a lot of hemming and hawing, I delivered my findings. If the perp stood on the mattress, leaving those dirty footprints, then crouched over the victim and struck her head before strangling her, that would explain X or Y or Z. I said this in my best Columbo voice, to the amusement of the cops who informed me that the marks on the bedding came from an inexperienced tech who had photographed the victim from above before I arrived on scene. Lesson learned. Without a thorough and unbiased examination of the scene, the tragedy of one death can be compounded. It could even lead to the arrest of the wrong guy. No way I could live with that. So I was careful, meticulous. I stayed curious and developed the knack for asking the right questions. Lots of them. I knew from personal experience the danger of assumptions. And I knew what it felt like to be judged, to be summed up with one glance. When people become satisfied with what they think they see, they neglect to ask questions about what they don't see. As Dr. Hirsch liked to say, nothing ruins a beautiful theory like an ugly fact. So it was up to me to find those facts, to resist conclusions. That's why when I'd get a call from communications informing me of a homicide on the Upper West Side, I'd push back. A homicide? How do you know? The cop told me, the dispatcher would say. No, not good enough, I'd respond. We won't know until I go over the scene and the body. It's not a homicide until... I know. It's not a homicide until we say it's a homicide. I couldn't help it. That's how I felt. A good investigator never assumes, and she never takes someone else's word for it. It was an ordinary June day when I arrived at the address dispatch had given me. A pleasant street with a mixture of townhouses, brownstones, and rent-controlled apartments, West End Avenue is stubbornly residential. Broadway is just a block east, and it bustles with bars and restaurants, take-out joints, and laundromats. There's nothing like that on West End. No coffee shops, no delis, not even a shoe repair, one of those hole-in-the-wall places that will resole your best pumps, replace the battery in your watch, and sell you a cheap umbrella that breaks during the first storm. The building was swarming with cops when I got there, but there was no need to identify myself. I may not have been at the ME's office long, but I knew how to wear the job. I gave the doorman a polite nod and made my way to the elevator. I was a little nervous as I rode up to the apartment. Okay, more than a little. I was new to the OCME and pretty new to sobriety. Life on life's terms, as they say in the program. I had put drugs and alcohol behind me, and that's where I wanted them to stay. But this was a big job. Cops, criminals, dead bodies. What if it was too much for me? What if I returned to my old ways? I was stronger now. I had the tools to cope. At least, that's what I told myself. It was a double homicide, my first, and I wanted to prove that I was up to the task, that I could do the work as well as any of the guys. I was only the second female death investigator in Manhattan. The first had quit after a little more than a month. She couldn't hack it, was all I'd heard. I didn't want people to say that about me, so I walked in the door confident and sure. I was still acting as if, looking forward to the day I wouldn't have to act at all. It was important for me to help figure out this double murder quickly, to amaze the police with my investigative skills and earn the respect of my colleagues, to prove I could hack it. Then I saw the body and stopped dead in my tracks. A dark red pool of blood spilled from the neck of a young man whose head was unhinged. There was no other word for it. His throat was cut from ear to ear, and the wound so deep that his head tipped back off his neck to reveal the spinal cord. He was nearly decapitated. I remember the way the body lay there, and I remember the carpet, an exquisite sapphire blue. There was something about the dark swirl of red and how it seeped into the blue of the rug, forming some sort of weird paisley pattern. It was almost pretty. What else you got?" I asked the detective. "I heard there was two." "Did you recognize my bravado for what it was, a mask for insecurity?" "Probably." But he was nice enough not to say anything as he led me to the bedroom and the second victim. Another man, older. His throat was also slashed open, leaving a gaping space like the mouth of a screaming puppet. It was going to take a lot to get through this with a professional demeanor. I wanted to stare at what was left of this human being to somehow make sense of it, but I had a job to do. I took a few deep breaths, tapped into my investigative instincts, and got to work. Before I opened my tour bag, I paused to notice, to look without speaking. First impressions are important at a death scene. Quiet observation is required. Some lifestyles have a higher death rate than others, so you want to get a feeling for the person who lived or worked there, a sense of the place before the murder. What kind of life did the victim lead? Was he a drug dealer or a high school geography teacher? Digital scales, vials, and small plastic baggies told one story. Birkenstocks, bookshelves, and a canvas tote from PBS told another. I wasn't making any judgments. People can surprise you, that's for sure. Just trying to get a sense of the decedent's baseline habits, a feel for how he had lived. In an orderly room, little things jump out at you, like a drawer ajar, marks on tile, fallen leaves a little too far away from a houseplant. But many apartments are dirty and disorganized. A stack of unopened mail, a pile of laundry on the bedroom floor, dirty dishes in the sink. If there's a consistency to the mess, if the room has an even layer of schmutz over all of it, it's likely that things haven't been disturbed. There's a logic to even the most unkempt space, a pattern. I look to see where that pattern has been upset. Once you have a sense of the before and after, you can concentrate on the event itself. It's part instinct, which I had, and part experience, which I was getting. You don't want to jump to conclusions, and you certainly don't want to try to prove something. Just pay attention and let the room speak. Next, what appears to have changed? We've all seen those old movies where a bare rectangle of wallpaper indicates the robbery of a priceless painting, or a smudge of lipstick on a wine glass tells us something about a murder suspect. Things are rarely as obvious as that, although the obvious is a good place to start. Are the lights on? Doors locked? Is there a lingering odor like tobacco or perfume? What about the trash? Does it look as if someone has rifled through it? I learned from bitter experience to ask the police what they had changed since arriving on scene. If they opened a window or moved a gun, I needed to know. A quick scan of the premises at 900 West End Avenue showed that the inhabitants were clean, neat, and cultured people. The centerpiece of the living room was a gleaming baby grand piano. Other than that, it was a tastefully sparse apartment. Spotless, well-organized, no clutter or knickknacks. I looked for signs of a struggle. Overturned furniture, torn clothing, broken glass. None of that, but there was a fine spray of blood on the wall, consistent with slicing through the carotid artery. Evaluating the direction of the spray, doing a blood spatter analysis, would help us establish where the assailant was standing, maybe even determine if he, and it was usually a he, was right or left-handed. I took stock of the scene. 2 adult males, one in the living room, killed by what appeared to be a single precise slice to his throat. Clean margins, no hesitation marks. The older man in the bedroom had multiple slash wounds to his neck, stab wounds in his chest, and some minor cuts to his hands, defense wounds. Neither had been tied up. That was what I knew. From there, I poked at what I didn't know. The younger of the 2 men was attacked in the living room. Why were they in different locations? There was no way of knowing who was killed first, but it's likely that if the man in the living room was attacked before the other, the one dead in the bedroom would have heard the assault, maybe even seen it. It's also likely that he would have gone to his friend's aid. Did that mean the one was caught by surprise and the other fought with his attacker? If so, there could be DNA under the victim's fingernails. Since it's hard for one person to fight off 2, and harder still for one man to kill 2 men, the likelihood was that this crime was carried out by multiple assailants. Judging by the wounds, each of the aggressors killed differently. One with cool efficiency, the other with hesitation. Now I was building a story in my head, visualizing what could have happened, how the attacks might have been carried out, where each person was standing. A choreography of murder. I photographed the wall with the blood spray from close up, then moved farther away and took more pictures from different angles, measuring the distance between the victim and the wall. I took the usual photos, establishing shots from the room entrances and the 4 points of the compass. Apart from what I'd already seen, I noticed something in the bathroom sink, the faint reddish tint of rinsed-away blood. I recorded that too, carefully labeling each Polaroid. The crime scene detectives and I finished our photos. We never moved the bodies or disturbed anything until the scene had been fully documented. Then I bagged the hands of both men, securing them with evidence tape. The ME would later take fingernail scrapings that might contain flesh, hair, or blood from the killers. Now I could examine the bodies, assessing the rigor mortis in the victim's extremities. Note the livor mortis patterns, settling of blood. Had the bodies been moved? After taking rectal temperatures to help establish time of death, I made one final scan to see if there were any other wounds, photographing anything unusual, such as a contusion or freshly torn clothing. You never knew where you'd find evidence, so I was careful not to disturb the clothing more than was necessary. While I was going about my duties, the crime scene detectives were doing their own photos and measurements, covering much of the same ground. The bodies may have belonged to me and the scene to the police, but it would be foolish to think you could ignore one over the other. There was definitely overlap, a relationship between the victim and the surroundings. Since my gloved hands were already bloody, I could help the detectives as they took their own photographs of the bodies. Turn the head to expose the multiple slash marks, hold up the hand with the knife cuts, whatever they needed. No sense in getting their hands contaminated, too. "Hey, guys," I said. "Need any help?" Lots of blood spatter on his shoes, so he was probably standing when cut. "Let me turn that foot for you." "Thanks, that's good," the detective said. "Oh, look here, I think we've got some hesitation marks on the cut. See the ragged point?" I said in a deliberately conversational tone. My dad was a cop, so I had a good idea of how to act around these guys. Unaffected, cool, and with a sense of humor. I wonder what they made of me, a friendly woman who got excited over wound characteristics, who wore a Talbot suit to a crime scene. I knew that if I looked professional, then my colleagues would assume I knew what I was doing. That's why I always dressed in a decent suit, like the detectives did. This girl death investigator was determined to be accepted as one of them. The victims were tentatively identified as Milton Setzer and Eric Price, ages 60 and 25. Tentatively, because even though we found documents in the apartment, driver's licenses, ID cards, that sort of thing, a definitive identification required either fingerprints or a viewing of the bodies. In later years, we'd take a DNA sample, too, in case of a dispute, but in 1993, a visual identification was all that was needed. Meanwhile, while I was going about my work in the apartment, squad detectives were canvassing the building, talking to neighbors and doormen. It was a doorman who told the cops that 2 men had been sent up to the apartment earlier in the day, inquiring about a piano for sale. Bingo, 2 perps. It didn't take detectives long to tie these murders to a recent case on Park Avenue, in which a married couple had also been killed. Double homicides are unusual, especially within weeks of each other. It was unlikely to be a coincidence. And while Prince Kedker and his wife, Princess Nanesha, had been asphyxiated, with a belt and a pillow to the face, the prince had cuts to his neck and was found in a pool of blood. Outside of slasher movies, cutthroats are rare. It's an extravagant and dramatic act, highly intimate. Likewise, strangling, which is so prevalent in domestic violence cases that police thought at first that the deaths of the wealthy socialites might be a murder-suicide. I wasn't present on scene for the Park Avenue murders, but I talked about it with Little Joe, the death investigator for that case. Little Joe, as his name suggests, was a short guy, enthusiastic and chatty. "You should have seen this apartment, Barbara. It was really rich, but the stuff in it was gaudy. I think the jewels were costume junk." He showed me some scene photos of the junk, dazzling artifacts that were so elaborate you couldn't believe they were real, but they were. Robbery appeared to be a motive in both cases. The prince and princess were obviously wealthy, and it's likely the assailants thought that anyone selling a baby grand piano would also be well-to-do. Yet despite the similarities in the manner of death, the crime scenes were markedly different. The prince's Park Avenue residence had been ransacked, like some road movie out of hell, the sentencing judge would later say. The West End apartment was left pretty much undisturbed. Were these the same killers, with the more efficient second-scene murders a reflection of experience? Or did one show the efforts of the disorganized killer, while the other displayed the handiwork of his more organized partner? I wondered what Agent Hazelwood of the FBI would have to say about two double homicides carried out by two assailants. What would the pioneer of profiling make of it all? It didn't take long for police to tie all four murders to 56-year-old George Cobo and 21-year-old Tony Lee Simpson, who had fled New York for Nevada, where they lived off the proceeds of their crimes using Setzer's and Price's credit cards. More than partners in crime, Cobo and Simpson were also involved in a sexual relationship that would lead to their undoing. 10 days after arriving in Reno, the two men had a fight. Simpson left Cobo, and in an act of vengeance that would see the arrest of both men, Cobo called the Reno police and said he was having some problems with his partner, adding that Simpson was wanted for questioning in a Manhattan murder case. They were extradited to New York. That's when I came back into the case. My job wasn't limited to examining and identifying decedents at a crime scene. I often did follow-up with suspects, collecting exemplars, biological evidence like blood or pubic hair for comparisons with scene evidence. This was in the early days of DNA applied to forensic analysis. 2 years later, the public couldn't get enough information about DNA, thanks to the televised spectacle of the O.J. Simpson murder trial. But in 1993, all most people knew came from Jurassic Park, when a corny little cartoon character known as Mr. DNA explained how the molecule was used to clone dinosaurs. Now all it takes is a delicate cheek swab, but when I was tasked with obtaining DNA samples from Cobo and Simpson, a firm hand was required. Literally. In addition to taking a vial of blood, I had to yank a patch of hair out by the roots to ensure that we had sufficient follicles for testing. It was during this process that I started to develop my own ideas about serial killers, as I noticed just how different these two men were. Tony Lee Simpson was the cool, analytical type, the guy who fixes you with an icy stare and makes no attempt to connect. His primary act was appraisal, and he sized me up to see how I could be of use. To him, everyone was prey. The counterpart to this cold killer is the charmer, George Cobo in this case. He was the kind of man who would smile and shake your hand, ask how your day was going, anything to ingratiate himself, to get you on his side. Did they know that I needed to get them on my side too? A suspect's consent is required to obtain DNA. It is possible to get a court order to use force, but that's not something anybody wants to do. Imagine having corrections officers strap a large, unwilling man to a table to extract exemplars. Add a hypodermic needle to the equation, and you're just a few jabs away from a potential tragedy. In time, I would learn to become persuasive, to speak in a level tone, apply logic, and appeal to what the other person desired. Everybody wants something, Dr. Hirsch told me. If you find out what that is and how to give it to him, you found out how to get what you want. If a suspect refused, I started by appealing to masculine pride. You know, Mr. X, they'd like nothing more than to tie you up and sit on you like you were an animal. It doesn't have to be like that. One way or another, they're going to get this blood, so either you stand up strong and work with me, or you let them control you. Treat you like you were nothing. It's up to you. Police brought both suspects to 520 First Avenue, home of the OCME. Of course, many of those brought in for exemplars were innocent, but detectives told me the details of this arrest. These two were good for it, Barbara. Cobo rolled over on his lover so fast that his lawyer had to slap him so he stopped talking. Tony Lee Simpson was brought in first. A handsome young man with dark curly hair. He had a lean, wolfish face that showed off the outline of his jaw. He wasn't giving anything away. But something about his body language, defiance or detachment, I wasn't sure, told me that a cautious approach was in order. I introduced myself and explained what needed to be done, essentially draw blood and pull hair from his head. Simpson was silent as I prepared the syringe and paperwork. His feral eyes never left my face. He sat back in his chair and let me do all the talking. He must have known he had no way out. Whatever the reason, he nodded his consent. He never spoke a word. My heart pounded as I went about my job. I felt the taste of cold metal in my mouth, like galvanized iron. Having seen in living color what this man could do to a human being, I wanted to run. It was a primal reaction, and I needed to override it. All the while, he was silent and still. Cobo, in contrast, never shut up. "Oh, hello, my dear. What is all this now? What are you going to do to me?" George Cobo was much older than Tony. Old enough to be his father, in fact. Short and stocky with a little pot belly, he was balding and wore glasses. If I saw Cobo on the street, I might have thought he owned a store, one of those places over on Lexington that sold collectibles and antiques, things gathered from estate sales. I could imagine him hunched over a glass case, pulling out a porcelain figurine, the perfect gift for an elderly aunt. I could also imagine him hunched over a body. I offered Cobo the same introduction I had given his partner. By his response, you might have thought we were at a cocktail party. When I told him I needed to pull 30 hairs from his balding head, he gave a playful little shriek. "Heavens, no! I've lost so much already and can't spare a single one. Must you take so many?" I almost laughed, but caught myself. He was charming, I'll give him that. He was also a vicious psychopath, a cold-blooded killer. Remembering the chief's advice, I decided to let him win a little, to ensure his cooperation. "I'm sorry, Mr. Cobo, but we do need 30. If you want, I can pull them evenly from around your head so your hair doesn't look patchy." "Why, thank you, young lady. Please, call me George." Holy shit. I was having an amiable conversation with a serial killer. What an interesting job this was. Too bad I couldn't discuss it with anyone. It would have been nice to share this with Monica, to tell her about these two and how different they were from each other. I might have told her how Simpson and Cobo were the enlargement of all of our fears, the answer to the question, what's the worst that could happen? She would have nodded, eyes wide, before interrogating me non-stop. Maybe she would have helped make sense of it all. Good thing our friendship was site-specific and I hadn't seen her in a while. MLIs had a code. We never discussed an active case outside the agency. So I just kept everything to myself. I was used to that. Standing in that small room with an accused murderer, I couldn't help but picture the death scene at West End Avenue. Which one of them did which killing? Did Tony Lee stand behind young Eric Price and sever his head with cool precision? Did George hesitate with Milton Setzer, a man his own age with similar taste? During interrogation, each blamed the other for the actual killings. George said that he was helpless in the grip of Tony Lee, enslaved by love. Tony Lee claimed that George had pictures of him performing sex acts and threatened to send them to his family. Tony Lee did admit to participating in the robberies, although he said he was coerced to take part in the murders. a defense that was ultimately rejected because of the substantial effort required to subdue and kill 2 people. Both men were convicted of murder and robbery. George died in prison. Tony Lee is serving a 100-year sentence. Yet, for all the court appearances and motions, for all the lurid headlines, in cold blood, the New York Daily News had proclaimed, we still don't know the truth of what happened, nor do we know the nature of this wicked partnership. The majority of serial murderers begin killing in their late 20s, but George Cobo was 56 when the 4 New York homicides were committed. What made him start at that age? Perhaps he was a late bloomer, like me. A God shot had started me on my career, the chance misfortune of alcoholism that proved to be an unexpected blessing in finding my vocation. Maybe a devil shot had started Cobo on his horrific path. Or it could have been a folie à deux, in which 2 people come together and transmit a psychosis between them, a shared madness. At one time I considered that the first killings were robberies gone bad and that things had devolved from there. But the death scenes were so brutal and extravagant, so purposeful, that this explanation just didn't add up. I wondered about the classification a profiler would make. Apparently Cobo and Simpson were both the organized type of serial killers. Cobo had arranged to have cocktails with the prince and princess with the purpose of introducing them to his young associate. Likewise, the killers had made an appointment to visit Milton Setzer and Eric Price to check out the piano for sale. Good planning in both cases. But there was something else at play that couldn't be explained by these 2 broad categories. Tony Lee was cold and cunning. His animal eyes were flat, one-dimensional. He looked at me, but did not see me. He gave nothing away. Tony Lee was as predatory as a wolf. He tracked my movements and set off every fear response in my body. As for George Cobo, I wasn't afraid of him at all. There was something ordinary about this doughy little man. Engaging, funny, and self-deprecating, he did everything he could to connect with me. Compliments and cooperation, small talk. He tried to make me laugh. I had to remind myself that he had slaughtered 4 people, because in other circumstances, I would have liked him. That's what really scared me. Chapter 5. The White House Hotel. When you're a kid, you imagine that everyone lives the same way you do, in an apartment or a house, with furniture to sit on, reasonably clean, some food in the fridge, and a baby brother who eats dust bunnies from under the bed. Then comes the day you realize that's not true. I was 16 when I first understood that there were other ways to live, some of them awful. Hopping the Long Island Railroad into the city one day, my friend Patty and I headed to the village. We had no plans and no real destination, just the idea that we could hang out among the cool people on McDougal Street. We would walk until we sensed excitement, movement, color, all the things we found lacking in our pale suburban neighborhood. Getting off at Penn Station, we took the A train to West 4th. It was there that we saw men living in cardboard huts, huddled in corners of the subway platform, their clothes stained and torn, bare feet red and filthy. One man sat cross-legged and silent on the sidewalk. He might have been a veteran, judging by the brass bars pinned to his jacket. Then there was the young woman wrapped in a dirty headscarf and paisley shawl. She held a runny-nosed child with one hand, a cup of coins in the other. I had nothing to give them and was ashamed of that. I could tell by the look on Patty's face that she felt the same way. It was an awakening of sorts, a moment of sadness when you realize that life isn't fair, and that's that. It's the kind of knowledge that affects you, that makes the world seem a little different for a while. It doesn't last long, though, and soon you go back to seeing things the way they were, maybe with yourself at the center. Then comes something that changes you for good. For me, it was my first visit to the White House Hotel in the spring of 1994. The White House was the last of the Bowery Skid Row flop houses, SRO hotels as they were more politely called. SRO stands for single room occupancy. Just a tiny room with a twin bed and maybe a table or dresser if you're lucky. There's no kitchen, and you share the bathroom with others in the building. I've heard that SROs are making a comeback. Rebranded as micro-apartments, they're touted as a dignified, cost-effective solution to escalating rents and lack of housing stock. I don't think so. When Charlene, the dispatcher from communications, told me I was needed at the White House, I think I made some crack about it being outside our jurisdiction. Or maybe it was about the president. Whatever it was, I just knew she was rolling her eyes on the other end of the phone. It was a little game we played. I pretended to be funny. She pretended to be annoyed. I tried the joke on Mr. Wells. "We're on our way to the White House, Mr. Wells. Are you ready to serve your country?" He gave me a half grin and a ha. Just one. "You ever been to a flop house before?" he asked as we drove down to the Bowery. Mr. Wells spoke softly, with a reverence that belied the word flop house. Just one of the many things I was coming to count on him for, respecting a type of place or person that others would dismiss. I'd lived in some pretty crummy places myself, but I'd never been to one of these old dormitory-type buildings, and I told him so. "There used to be a lot of them back in the day," he said. "Folks needed them. Not everybody has the money for an apartment, and you gotta have a place to put your head down." I listened as Mr. Wells told me how, during the Great Depression, the grand old Harlem brownstones were divided up into single rooms, rented by the week. On the Upper West Side and down on the Bowery, old hotels became SROs, and the Bowery became New York's Skid Row. I liked writing with Mr. Wells. He was plain-spoken and street-smart, brimming with the New York tales you didn't get in history books. Having grown up in 1940s Harlem, he knew all about the jazz musicians and personalities of his neighborhood and beyond. Driving by the former Hotel Teresa on Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, he'd launch into a story. "Now, this here they called the Waldorf of Harlem. All the big people stayed here. Muhammad Ali, Duke Ellington, Malcolm X. Used to see them right there on the street. I saw Miss Lena Horne. You know who that is?" I nodded and listened. "So, around 1960 or so, Fidel Castro comes to town. He's going to do a speech at the United Nations, goes to a fancy hotel downtown, and they ask him for cash money up front. Like he's some kind of no-count nobody instead of the president of Cuba. So he goes up to the Teresa, gets almost 100 rooms for his folks. Then everybody starts going up there to see him. Presidents and ministers and such. That was a great day for Harlem. People started paying attention, you know?" We had company that day on the way to the White House, a medical student named Brian doing a ride-along as part of his 4-week rotation with the OCME. When I mentioned something about the SROs, how it all came down to money and real estate, he piped in. "Everybody blames real estate," he said, "but a lot of people were calling for these SROs to be closed down." "Yeah, like the landlords cared about the living conditions." "Well, some of the do-gooders did, but you're right. For most of the politicians and the businessmen, it was all about the market value." "It always comes down to the market," I said. "Follow the money and you'll find the answers." "So what?" Brian said. "They were just supposed to let those places fall down around us?" "If that's all people could afford, what good would closing them do?" I was getting frustrated. It wasn't like these people could call up their broker and find something on the Upper East Side. I looked at Mr. Wells for a reaction. He saw so many of these students come and go. I wondered what he thought of this one. Brian continued with his after-school special. "The 70s were rough, according to my dad. He told me about that headline, Ford to city, dropped dead. What was anyone supposed to do with that? Mr. Wells had one eyebrow raised, his considering look. He muttered to me. Knows a lot, don't he? We cruised down 2nd Avenue, past Veselka, where you can get the best pierogi in the city, past the head shops on St. Mark's Place, turning on to 3rd Avenue, where Mr. Wells resumed his history lesson. Like I was saying, this is Cooper Union. Abraham Lincoln did a speech here. That was before he was president, mind you. It's a school for architects now. A lot of famous people come from down here, started out poor. The Gershwin brothers, Mayor LaGuardia, Robert De Niro. You talking to me? You talking to me? Hey, son, you know that one, right? Brian just nodded as 3rd turned into Bowery, the buildings becoming progressively shabbier as we neared 4th Street. God, I loved this city. All the neighborhoods so different from each other, all jumbling together to form New York and New Yorkers. There was nothing like it in the world. That morning I was headed to a case in a hellhole on the Lower East Side when, just days earlier, my job had taken me to a magnificent duplex on 5th Avenue. It was every bit as glamorous as the address implied. The building had one apartment per floor, which meant that the oak-paneled elevator opened right into the apartment itself. In this case, a forest green foyer with a massive double door, white with gold leaf trim. It was the sort of place my Aunt Gloria would call snazzy. I was greeted that day by a handsome 50-ish man in tortoiseshell glasses, crisp white shirt, gray flannel pants, and pricey loafers, no socks. He led me into an even larger foyer, occupied by 2 patrolmen perched uncomfortably in spindly Louis XV chairs. "Thank you for coming," he said. "I'm sorry to trouble you, but we were unable to reach my mother's doctor. She's upstairs, right this way." He motioned me toward a curving staircase on the left, but I hesitated, gaped, actually, at the splendor of the room before me, every window framing Central Park in blazing red and yellow autumn foliage. The antique furniture was light and exquisite, the rugs lush and silky. Pale blues and greens dominated, with washed-out pinks for accent. It looked like a spread in Architectural Digest, but still it seemed comfortable, welcoming even. Quite a view, isn't it? My mother loved this room and spent most of her time here. In fact, it was her office. I asked what kind of work she did. "Oh, there's a family foundation. Mom headed it up. Children's health and education." He stared out the window, remembered something, then turned to me and smiled. "You should have seen her up in the South Bronx, opening a nursery school she funded. Surrounded by kids and parents. She was so happy that day." He turned away and coughed a little, removing his glasses to rub his eyes. We headed upstairs to the biggest bedroom I had ever seen, the size of 2 suburban living rooms put together. Against one curved wall was a bed with a tufted cream silk headboard. An elderly lady in a pale blue bed jacket, dignified even in death, was propped up on embroidered pillows and covered to the chest in fine sheets. Frette, I noted. I was learning about nice things from the homes of wealthy dead people. The son gave her medical history and medications. 87 years old, high blood pressure, coronary artery disease, former smoker with mild COPD, recent chest pain and shortness of breath. He waited in the hall while I examined her. I noted that her legs were edematous, typical for congestive heart failure. No trauma. Rigor, liver, and algor mortis, body temperature, consistent with time of last contact. No abrasions on the inner surface of the lips that would indicate smothering. Clamping a hand tight over a person's mouth and nose causes them to jerk their head back and forth to breathe. That abrades the lips against teeth and can tear the frenulum, the little web that holds your top lip down. Nothing like that here. This was a natural death that would typically be handled by her personal physician, but he was off golfing somewhere. I tried my best to focus on filling out the ID form, without which you can neither exist nor officially die in New York City. Supposedly it says who you are, but again, I don't think so. I was distracted from the paperwork by the paintings around me on every wall. The lady was surrounded by art and could gaze at it from her bed. I covered her up nicely and called in the son. He caught me glancing around at the walls, which were hung with small impressionist masterpieces. They were familiar, like Degas, Monet, Cézanne. They looked real, but what did I know? I only went to the Frick Museum because it was a romantic place to take a date. My mother was a great collector of paintings. Would you like to look at them? I hesitated, unsure if it was against some city rule or would seem insensitive to someone who just lost his mother. No, I said, that's kind, but you have enough on your mind. It's all right. My mother would like that, knowing that someone enjoyed her collection. Please. I walked slowly around the gorgeous room, each painting lit by soft spotlights from the ceiling. The colors danced with life as figures of women moved through trees in the mist, gauzy white dresses against emerald grass. A picnic with wine and fruit made me smile. I wanted to be there. Close up, so many of the paintings looked just like dabs of color, the same pastel shades I saw in the living room. But as I stepped back, each point came into focus, and I saw flower gardens, ponds reflecting shadows and light, a stone farmhouse on a hillside. They were not the somber browns and dark reds of old masters' paintings. These had life and movement and laughter. They were joyful. The man smiled as he saw me get it, that moment when you really see a painting, when you feel something. There was a story in each scene. I thanked him for the privilege, and as I left the room, I stopped and nodded to the lady in the bed, silently thanking her. I thought about that woman and her son as I walked into the White House Hotel. No two places could be more different. The old-style entrance was run down, smears of graffiti on the door, the remnants of a half-hearted attempt at cleaning. The tiny white mosaic tiles of the floor were crisscrossed with long patched cracks that pointed to a metal stairway, peeling linoleum on the treads. Multi-paned windows and dirty brick with a shabby lobby furnished with a few molded plastic chairs. The White House didn't encourage sitting. Still, a painfully thin man with cadaverous sunken cheeks perched on the edge of a card table, as if expecting to be chased away any minute. In a corner near the door, a man of about 20 was pretending to be alert, as if waiting for a friend. Every few moments his eyes lost focus and he nodded out, scratching at his arms and rubbing his nose in a classic heroin haze. The White House was built in the 1820s, Mr. Wells told me on the drive over. First a dry goods store, it was turned into a cheap hotel in the early 1900s in what was then New York's theater district. It didn't pretend to be anything other than what it was, a place to lie down for $6, a warehouse for people. Mr. Wells stayed in the double-parked car. Brian came in with me. Mr. Ivy League, in his starched shirt and tie, stumbled a little as we made our way to the reception desk. He was quiet, as out of place here as those cops were in that Fifth Avenue apartment. I had told him not to ask questions of the witnesses or talk to anyone but me, but I don't think I needed to. He was holding back, hugging the wall. This kid was out of his comfort zone and getting an education he didn't expect. I knew the feeling. Call it what you want, a rude awakening, an eye-opener. That moment when you realize how little you know about the range of human existence can hit you hard. I had shared his naivete until starting this job. The manager came out of a tiny office at the rear of the lobby. "Nate," he said, offering his hand. "Nice to know you. Come on, he's back here." Nate was a handsome man, golden black skin, silver hair swept back, and a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. When he spoke, it bounced up and down like a conductor's baton, punctuating his words when aggravated. "Excuse me, miss," he said to me. Then, "Hey, get the hell up off them steps. I told you no loitering." A skinny man in a baseball cap yelled back, "I ain't sitting, goddamn you. I fell. I ought to call my lawyer and sue your sorry ass." "Go on then and sue me, see what you get. And go find yourself a new flop, too." The man, red-faced by now, got up and hobbled away, rubbing his hip dramatically as he went. "You think he needs medical help?" I asked. "Who, Billy? He does that every week. Some down-and-out lawyer passed through here a couple of months ago was telling people how to make money. Slip-and-fall Paul, we call him." Nate watched him go before turning back to me, the cigarette still in the side of his mouth, his right eye squinted closed against the smoke. He led the way up the stairs to one of 3 floors of endless rows of plywood cubicles, each wider than a coffin, but not by much. At 4 feet wide by 6 feet deep by 8 feet high, they were just big enough for a narrow spring-shot cot and a milk crate for a night table. The narrow rows of cubicles had been assembled in a vast, high-ceilinged room with a cement floor. Fire escape windows at one end, communal bathrooms at the other. Set into each sheet of plywood were barn-red paneled doors that looked as though they had come as surplus from a building job or maybe the demolition of a slightly nicer hotel. Spaced about 4 feet apart, the doors had numbers at the top and a hasp for a padlock. What the cubicles did not have were roofs. They were covered with chicken wire, which enabled security to do welfare checks. In other words, see if the occupant was living or dead. If a resident didn't come out or failed to answer the morning knock, someone would pull a creaky stepladder over and look down into the cubby, hollering the guy's name a few times to see if they could wake him. If he didn't get up, they called 911 and eventually me. Brian's head swiveled on his neck. He was looking at everything as if to memorize it, as if it would be on the test. This wasn't just a story from his father. This was real. The smell of the White House wasn't unpleasant. It was a multi-layered mixture of sweat, cigarettes, industrial soap, and the exhalations of sour wine. It was a pure human scent, uncontaminated by the odors of carpet, furniture, cooking, or possessions. From what I could see, many of the cubicles had some decoration of sorts. Torn-out magazine pictures taped to the plywood walls, a discarded bouquet of artificial flowers covered in dust, a faded color photograph of a child standing next to a 1970s Dodge Charger. The milk crate night tables held a crumpled pack of Cools or Newports, maybe a tin of wintergreen chewing tobacco, menthol fresh. Cheap wine and drugs were hidden under the mattresses, covered by thin gray-white sheets imprinted with the yellowed outlines of the bodies that slept on them. Without place or possession to define them, the dead people I would come here to see appeared as empty as the corridors. No more life, no more past, no more stories. Dr. Hirsch once said that a dead body is just the rental car that we once rode around in. Some are battered and worn out, others crash prematurely, still shiny and new. There was nothing shiny and new about this place. I stood there trying to take everything in. All those dim corridors and dusty cubicles, each with a life inside. It was hard for me to imagine another life for the men who lived here, a before time. This was what most would call rock bottom, and little wonder. There was no hope here, just another day and not much further to fall. Next stop was a warm subway grating on the sidewalk. But this couldn't be all there was. Surely some of these men had been born to doting mothers, had been brothers, fathers, husbands, friends, loved and been loved. They had to have a backstory of some kind, didn't they? A man named Richard taught me that on my first day at the White House. He was standing outside the cubicle of someone called Felix, who lay stiff and cold on his narrow cot. Felix's thin body was easy to roll around, and my exam for trauma was quick and easy. Nothing. He just died. I'd bring him in for toxicology and an external exam, perhaps an autopsy, unless I could find a medical history. I looked among his few possessions. A water-stained October 1986 Reader's Digest, 2 loose cigarettes, an ID card, a creased black and white photo of a pretty and smiling black woman, her hands on her hips. "That was his wife," said the man looking in through the door. He looked to be about 70, rugged Irish face, tall and lanky. He was wearing a sport jacket of a good fabric and cut, though frayed at the hem and sleeves. I stepped out and introduced myself, asking, "Did you know him?" "I'm Richard. Yes, he was my friend. He was a veteran, the Korean War. He had a bad time of it there. He should be buried in a national cemetery, right?" I told him yes, that we had people who worked with Veterans Affairs to ensure he got the burial he deserved. I asked about the old Reader's Digest, why Felix kept it. "There's a story in there that he loved, must have read it 1,000 times. I think it was something romantic because he got shy when I asked about it. Anyway, it made him happy." We spoke for a little while, and I learned that they drank together and looked out for each other. Richard was well-spoken, obviously educated. I asked about his work, whether he was retired. He laughed. "That's a polite way to put it. I was a CPA in a Big 8 firm, an executive. I drank my way out of that. I have a wife and children somewhere, haven't seen them in maybe 15 years. Could be they're still out in Syosset, I don't know." He thought for a moment. Felix was my family. He told me what he knew of his friend's medical history. Then we shook hands and he walked away. I noticed he had the wide gait of cerebellar ataxia, likely due to brain damage from chronic alcoholism. I looked around at all the cubicles, scores of men who drank themselves out of a life. I thought of the tiny studio I had inhabited during the last of my drinking days. A mini kitchen with a half refrigerator containing 2-day-old Chinese takeout and vodka. One grimy window, the sill covered with pigeon droppings. Room for a bed, a TV, and me. That was a close one. I was to go back to the White House several times, the first return about 7 months after I got the call for Felix. Richard was no longer there. Nate said people just walked out some days, never came back. He figured maybe they fell in the river, overdosed, or stepped in front of a truck. A momentary thought sparked in my mind. Or maybe he walked into an AA meeting after Felix died. There are no more flop houses in New York, where they were regulated out of existence. I don't know what happened to all those people. Nobody does. Chapter 6. Don't try this at home. Morning rounds with the chief set the rhythm of each day. I would join my fellow MLIs and the medical students following Dr. Hirsch downstairs to the morgue, where we'd stop at each station to discuss the case before us. The early bird docs had their bodies laid wide open in the classic Y incision, from the front of both shoulders to the breastbone, then a single line down the center of the abdomen. The chest cavity was opened by snipping the ribs with shears and lifting them off with the sternum. The head might be opened, too, with the scalp incised so that the face could be peeled down. It looked gruesome, but that way the top of the skull could be removed to examine the brain without damaging facial features. Some docs, like John Hayes, started later in the morning so they could play dance club music without disturbing those who worked in silence. Very polite, very British of Hayes. His bodies were untouched at 8:30 a.m. I liked them that way, as I enjoyed seeing what people were wearing when they died. On the far side of the room were glass cabinets where the victim's clothing was hung to dry the blood. What a macabre little wardrobe it was. Clothes neatly hung in a row, but covered in brown and red bloodstains, with the occasional bullet hole. The medical examiner would have read the investigator's report and studied the scene photos before presenting to the chief, so this was our chance as MLIs to add a little color to the story at tableside. Monday mornings had the best stories, as weekend behavior is notably more alcohol-fueled and reckless. This particular Monday, I had a case at table 1, a young man with a perfect hole in the center of his forehead and a look on his face that could only be described as dumbstruck. I jumped right in. The decedent is a 19-year-old man who bought his first gun on Saturday, a .38 revolver with a soft trigger. Sunday morning, he was on East Houston Street showing off for his friends. The story is he cocked the gun and spun it cowboy style. It flew out of his hand. The hammer struck the pavement just right and it fired, the round hitting him square between the eyes. I waited a moment before delivering my conclusion. So, his first shot was his best shot, was his last shot. Groans all around. It wasn't disapproval, more like its opposite, recognition of a joke made in the service of anxiety. I had the best job in the world, but it wasn't an easy one. If a joke could push away the fear that awful things were happening, if it would help me get through the day, the month, the year, where was the harm in that? I had been in a good mood when I arrived at the scene of that little tragedy, happy to be out early on a bright summer morning. I was about to greet the detectives with a jaunty, "Hey guys, what's shaking?" when I saw the group of teenagers who were indeed shaking. The cops were frowning with what I knew as their skeptical looks, hard and suspicious. Bill and Eddie pulled me over to a huddle with a sergeant. "Here's a good one for you, Barbara. These little mopes say that Roy Rogers over there on the ground was spinning his new toy around his finger when the gun flies out of his hand, hits the sidewalk, and fires. It's a revolver. It could happen. See for yourself. That entry wound is a little too perfect for me." "You think one of them shot him?" "It's possible. Take a look. Let me know what you think." The 4 teenagers were terrified. None of that adolescent defiance. This was the hand-wringing, "oh shit, this is bad" kind of fear. The dead boy lay face up on the pavement, his eyes staring skyward. An inch above the bridge of his nose and dead center was a small, round entry wound, more abraded at the lower margin than the top. That told me that the angle of the shot was from below, not straight on. There was no stippling, gunpowder burned into the skin, around the wound, or fouling, the greasy smoke residue that comes from a gun barrel held close. This meant it was not a close-range shot. There was nothing else to see, no marks on the boy's hands, no defense wounds or trauma. I asked Bill about the gun. "It's a cheap piece, Saturday night special, real flimsy. His posse here says he got it yesterday. I don't see anything on the hammer, no scrape marks. We checked the concrete where it supposedly hit, but it's too full of dirt and cracks to see anything." "You think it could be?" "Sure, if their stories match." "Are you going to swab them all for gunshot residue?" This was a test that could show if a person had fired a gun recently, based on the residue that would have been emitted from the back of the barrel. "Yeah, maybe," Bill said. "Couldn't hurt." I didn't often hear the results of my cases. There were too many of them to keep track of, and the wheels of justice slogged slowly through our muddy system. I was surprised when Bill called me later that evening to let me know that they had found a witness, a stand-up citizen who had been stuck in traffic along East Houston and saw the whole thing. He had confirmed the story. No homicide, just death by misadventure. Adventure, from the Latin for what will happen. Miss, something bad. It was my favorite classification. Maybe because there's an almost romantic quality to it, something thrilling and dangerous, evoking pirates, soldiers of fortune, and dashing Brits with strong jaws. In the U.S., we now use the term accidental death, as misadventure is considered anachronistic and maybe a little judgmental. It's still used in the U.K., though, for a fatal accident arising out of a risk taken voluntarily. Somebody did something they thought would be fun, and it didn't work out. An oh well with a shrug kind of death. I thought it sounded stylish and daring, two things I am not. Get people started on the topic of death by misadventure, and it's hard to get them to change the subject. Russian roulette, would that be death by misadventure? Usually it would be, though certain circumstances could make it a suicide. I saw only one case, and the loser died with strands of spaghetti hanging from his open mouth. What about Isadora Duncan, you know, the dancer? Didn't she strangle when her long silk scarf caught in the back wheel of a sports car? No risk or adventure there, just bad luck. Or karma, if you believe what Gertrude Stein said about her death. Affectations can be dangerous. Well, what about Catherine the Great and her stallion? Surely that's got to count as death by misadventure. No, that's death by agriculture. Not that it really happened. She had a stroke while in the bathroom and died the next day. Deaths by misadventure often happen outside the bounds of the law or contain an element of foolishness, like bungee jumping from a roof or setting off a whole box of fireworks at once. Playing golf in a thunderstorm is another one. Even if the squall seems to be way off, the act of raising a metal club on your backswing is mighty attractive to the electrical forces in the air. The bolt will pass through you and disrupt your nervous system, mess up cardiac conduction, then exit through the sole of your grounded golf shoe. There it may leave a small dark burn, the only clue as to why there's a dead man on the fairway. Your chances of being struck by lightning are 1 in 500,000. Walk onto the golf course, and your odds increase to 1 in 3,000. When thunder roars, head indoors, I heard one of the MEs mutter to himself over a storm death on his table. I liked those little aphorisms and heard a lot of them on morning rounds, like the one from the pathologist who said at the autopsy of a 720-pound man, he dug his own grave with his teeth. Dr. Hirsch had another. If you look down the row of autopsy tables at all the shooting and drug fatalities, you might think that tattoos were a leading cause of death. Most days, the autopsy suite was a cheerful and busy place, with mortuary techs, pathologists, detectives, and students chatting while they worked. When a new class of police cadets was brought in to observe, the techs took bets on how many minutes before one of them fainted. One ME kept her selection of autopsy knives in a 9-slot Williams-Sonoma knife block, the kind you might have in your kitchen. I thought putting it on the table next to a dead person was in questionable taste, but people were allowed their harmless eccentricities. Each of the docs had their personal autopsy style. Before he became chief, Dr. Hirsch's nickname had been Lightning. Rumor has it that he once opened a body, figured out what happened, and stitched it up again in 18 minutes. When I asked if it was truth or legend, he just smiled, as was his way. One of the older pathologists took 2 hours for routine cases, and I heard someone remark, "That's not an autopsy, it's sightseeing." After that, he was referred to as the tourist. I suppose we were an odd bunch, like all those who work on the margins of everyday life. All in all, OCME was just like any other workplace. You work hard, have a few laughs, flirt a little, try to get ahead. Death is a constant, but life goes on. Not that you could say the same for the persistent risk-takers and daredevils who believed in their own immortality. And no one was more persistent than those who were driven by sex to try exciting new things. The most popular of the solitary pleasures was autoerotic asphyxiation, often mistaken for suicide. Now, don't try this at home without professional assistance, but if you compress your neck just enough to close off the jugular veins, blood can't escape your head and hypoxia occurs, resulting in euphoria and dizziness. Do this while masturbating and you can create one powerful rush, or so I've heard. How to compress the jugular veins? By hanging yourself. But you will die unless you have rigged a safety mechanism whereby the ligature is released after you lose consciousness. I saw a quick-release knot used a few times. It can seem like a good idea, utilizing the same knot that sailors use to moor a boat or furl the sails. Tie one end of the ligature to something like a doorknob with the long end of the rope tied to the adventurer's wrist. Hopefully, when he passes out, his arm will fall to his side and the knot will be pulled open. Unfortunately, the safety mechanism doesn't always work, and the unconscious person may continue hanging until he dies, even if only kneeling on the floor. People will do the damnedest things for pleasure and then go to work the next day with a straight face. You're in the bank trying to convince a mortgage officer that you're a good credit risk, and all he can think about is how exciting it is to ski down a hill in the dark with a dildo in his ass, naked except for a black rubber mask and a Prince Albert piercing. After seeing hundreds of unusual and deadly behaviors, I started to look at everyone askance. You never know who has a secret life, ever. I've come upon many a reported suicide by hanging, only to find out that it was just another bad boy game gone wrong. Women are usually not as stupid as men when it comes to these things. How do we know it's not suicide? First, the ligature will be padded by a soft, thick cloth to avoid leaving marks on the neck, which can be difficult to explain at the next day's staff meeting. Second, the victim is likely to be naked and the accoutrement of masturbation may be present. Porn, lubricants, unusual clothing. Some people dress in leather, latex, feathers, or bondage gear. One man even had blue ribbons tied around his penis, as if it had won first prize. People from all walks of life engage in these behaviors, but the most common profession of those whom I found in this situation was attorney. I don't know why, except that perhaps poring over legal tomes all day is boring, and they need major stimulation. I'm sure it's just a statistical blip, but off the top of my head, I can think of 3 cases of young male lawyers who each dressed up in fetish gear and then rigged a hanging or smothering apparatus for their onanistic pleasure. John was found by a colleague when he didn't show up for work at his law firm for 2 days. He was in the living room wearing black leather chaps that presented his genitals in a prominent display. They were angry and engorged, trapped as they were in a tight cock ring. He was also wearing a purple lace brassiere stuffed with foam rubber pads. In his mouth was a red ball gag, and in his anus a butt plug. None of this was deadly in and of itself, but the elaborate winch system he had rigged up for his self-strangulation, that was a whole other story. It consisted of 2 short lengths of wood in an X formation, joined at the center by a bolt and washers so that they could spin on the axis. Attached to the 2 opposing arms of the X was a rope padded with a sanitary napkin to prevent any telltale ligature marks, and looped around his neck. Thus, he could single-handedly pull an end of the wooden cross and tighten the noose, but as he lost consciousness, the arm would swing back and loosen it. Or so he thought. The thing was poorly constructed. A spring mechanism would have worked better. And he died. I don't know what the police told his wife about the circumstances of his death. She was out of town on business. I guess this was the me time he had been waiting for. Some people gratify themselves by wrapping their bodies in latex, breathing only through a tiny straw, which can clog. Some seek pain by electrocution, while others find pleasure being smothered while swaddled and diapered like babies. Thankfully, few chase pleasure by setting themselves on fire, as it is a terrible thing. I saw this in gruesome detail when a man videotaped his self-immolation from setup until his last moments, when both he and the camera battery died. The camera was on a tripod across from a full-length mirror, so that you could see him front and back as he stood naked between the two. I watched, tentative and curious, as he poured alcohol over his arms and chest, then lit it on fire. His face was ecstatic. Blue flames danced across his skin as he began to masturbate, pausing to add more alcohol when the fire died down. His mistake was in adding fuel while there was still flame on his shoulders, and it flared up, setting fire to his hair. Startled, he dropped the alcohol, and the white shag rug beneath him caught fire, spreading quickly across his body and the walls. He beat at the flames frantically, and after that I don't know what happened because I left the room where the tape was being reviewed. I didn't want to know. The range of human sexual expression is vast, and I don't judge anybody's preferences. As someone who has been on the receiving end of discrimination back in less enlightened times, it's all fine with me, so long as you don't involve minors or animals or hurt anyone else. To those who would ask, my public service tip is that if your practice contains any risk of death or harm, bring in an assistant to spot for you. A trusted friend with similar tastes, or someone from an association of like-minded people. Make sure, too, that you are healthy enough to withstand the rigors of an exciting and strenuous event. The heart can take just so much. Old men who masturbate in porn theaters are generally safe from harm, but adding cocaine to the mix is asking for trouble. For then, I will come into the theater to see you dead and will tell the police, "That's an easy one. He came and he went." Dr. Hirsch hailed me in the hall. "Good morning, Barbara. How's your little day?" "Just swell, damn it, except for a little mystery I can't figure out." He waved me into his office, and I sat in front of his desk while he lit a pipe. I described a strange scene I had seen in the basement of the West Side Market on Broadway. The 20-year-old grocery worker had been putting cardboard boxes in a baler and stuck the top half of himself inside. He was squashed at the waist when the crusher came down. "Wasn't there a safety mechanism?" Dr. Hirsch asked. "Yes, but someone subverted it. You're supposed to close the doors, then step over to the side to push the start button. There was a piece of rolled-up cardboard stuck in the button that kept it on, so the compressor cycled up and down constantly. I guess it made the work go faster." "But why was he in there?" "That part I can't figure out. I thought maybe he dropped something and reached in to grab it, but I searched the machine. Nothing. And there was no one else in the basement. There are some things we will never know." He shook his head. "The risks some people will take to save a few minutes. After all I've seen, I don't even drive fast anymore." "Well, you do smoke a pipe. That's risky." "My one little concession to living dangerously. Don't you do anything foolish?" "Not anymore. I used to go on the roller coaster at Rye Playland until I saw the one-eyed drunken carny maintaining it. After that, I do a risk calculation on everything." "Yes, an occupational hazard. Go have some safe fun tonight." Safe fun. I didn't quite believe anymore that there was such a thing. Lurking hazards, a different thing entirely. I've always been on the lookout for lurking hazards ever since my first job as a hall monitor in 4th grade. Patrolling the passage to the side exit door of Carmen Road Elementary School, I halted running children who might fall and break their necks on the slick green tiles. As darkening purple skies signaled the approach of thunderstorms in Massapequa Park, I closed every window in our house, leaving an opening of 4 inches to equalize pressure in the event of a tornado. I learned that one from Reader's Digest. Then I ran around our yard, putting away the bicycles, which could pose tripping hazards in the event we had to run for our lives. I might even have longed for a disaster so I could manage the aftermath. I'm still a hall monitor, or as psychiatrists like to call it, hypervigilant and prone to catastrophic thinking. After a few years on the job, my overburdened investigator's mind told me that a dark fate was waiting around every corner. There were killers in the alleyways, suicidal people hurtling from the sky, and drunks driving up on the sidewalk. But dying during a so-called adventure? Easy. Just avoid those behaviors. I am quite certain I will not die by misadventure, as that is not the way anxiety-ridden control freaks go. We are risk-averse. We don't go joyriding in stolen speedboats or play chicken at railroad crossings. We would never do something as dangerous as city surfing. A lot of would-be surfers in New York find alternate means of engaging in the sport by skateboarding. City parks are full of kids flying off ramps, carving and grinding. For a few, this isn't exciting enough. It lacks the thrill of being crushed by waves or conked in the head with a flying board. Thus, the origin of elevator surfing, the deadliest of all competitive sports. The best buildings to surf have at least 2 adjacent elevators, offering the opportunity to hop from the top of one moving car to the next. First, the kids pry the doors open, then push the up button. As the elevator car rises to their floor, the surfer leaps atop and rides it up and down the shaft, jumping between the cars passing each other. Whoever leaps back and forth the most wins. Whoever slips or misjudges the distance loses, plummeting to the pit below, where they might be crushed by the car on its descent, or dragged between the shaft wall and the car. It's a grisly death, and I had to pick up the pieces. Alternatively, there's subway surfing, of which I have seen 3 levels or leagues. The most basic form for beginners is to ride between the cars while straddling the moving platforms, then standing up on the chains that join the cars. The tunnels are often narrow, and the swaying surfer can easily have his head knocked off by a jutting wall rock. Reuven did a guy who was massively hungover from his bachelor party, but, having made a promise, rode the subway down to City Hall with his fiancée to get married. Feeling faint and nauseous, he rode between cars to get some air, leaning over the side to vomit on the tracks. He fell off onto the 3rd rail, where he was electrocuted. Second-level subway surfing involves hopping onto the back of a train as it leaves the station, then climbing onto the roof of the speeding car or clinging to the sides. Not only do you need upper body strength to hang on, you must also have the ability to flatten yourself completely to avoid all the equipment you will pass on your ride. Apparently this is quite thrilling, as there are about 400 incidents reported in New York each year with several injuries or deaths. I've done 3 that I can recall. I've never seen a 3rd-level surfing case. It's about 95% fatal, and so, thank God, is rarely done. At this level of play, the surfer climbs atop a moving car, then leaps to an adjacent train also moving through the tunnel. Whether the trains are headed in opposite directions, or a local and an express are moving at different speeds in the same direction, timing is critical. To add to the complexity of the game, there are columns separating the trains at stations and between some of the tracks, and these must be avoided. Let no one say that New York is not a sporting town. Then there's the Tarzan Cableman gambit. It's not a sport, exactly. More often it's used as a last-ditch measure during a police raid or a drunken escapade. My first such death in 1995 was on a steamy August night in Harlem, the air heavy even at 3 a.m. As I pulled up to the block, there were people out on the stoops playing music on boomboxes and a dominoes game on the sidewalk. The air was too thick for sleeping indoors. The concentration of the players had been broken by a thunderous noise behind an 8-story building next door, and someone called the cops before going back to the game. I got out of the air-conditioned car and gasped at the change in temperature, sweating by the time I walked 100 feet to the 2 uniforms waiting outside the address. Officer Rios told me the story at the entrance before we even saw the body, savoring the little surprise ending. Guy comes wobbling down the block, digging in his pants pockets, cursing and carrying on, yelling, "Where's my motherfucking keys?" He gets to the door and buzzes his neighbors on the intercom, slapping every button until a guy answers and lets him into the building. The neighbor says he also advised him to go fuck himself. He goes inside, but of course our drunk guy can't get into his apartment, so he goes up to the roof to sleep it off. Let's go up and I'll show you. We rode the elevator up and went out the bulkhead door, but there was no one there. I looked at Rios, puzzled, and he waved me to follow him over to the parapet wall. He shined his flashlight down to the ground, and there was a dead man on the cement, black cable wire wrapped around his foot and hands. "Look here," Rios said, shining the light on all the TV cables hanging over the walls and going down into apartment windows. One of them was snapped raggedly, the edges frayed. On the concrete wall, there were scrape marks along an 8-inch section. "Okay, I get it, but where the hell was he going?" I asked. Rios was enjoying this. "Well, I found out he lives on the 6th floor. Look where his apartment is." He lit up a wide-open window 2 stories down and just 5 feet to the side from where we were standing. I figure he shimmies down his TV cable to get into the apartment, but had to swing back and forth a little to reach the window. It's not a straight drop, see? The wire rubs on the concrete and snaps, and down he goes. We went downstairs and out the back door to find the man on the ground, still clutching half of the frayed wire and full of injuries consistent with a fall from a height. "Has Night Watch been here yet?" They were the small team of detectives who roamed the city at night, starting investigations they would hand off to the precinct squads the next day. "Nope, they're tied up in Queens on a double." "Damn, Rios, you're going to make detective before the end of the year. Nice case." He grinned and handed me the toe tag. The other 2 Tarzan cases I saw were both men trying to escape police during drug raids. In each instance, they grabbed the drugs and went out the window, holding onto the cable one-handed and sliding down while also trying to save the precious narcotics. It ended badly for both, of course. Drugs kill. Why do some people need this level of excitement, need the rush that comes from risking your life? It's in their neurobiology according to studies of so-called adrenaline junkies. When in danger, these folks produce less cortisol, a fight or flight stimulator, and more dopamine, a damn that feels good chemical. For some, their physiology is wired such that stressing themselves causes the release of norepinephrine in the amygdala, the brain's emotional center, and it makes them feel alive. I can relate to all that. Besides trying to control everything around me and being amused by the crazy things I saw, I also took my own little risks, calculated, of course. Was it really necessary for me to hike through the rat-infested subway tunnels with the emergency services unit, picking up body parts from an erstwhile subway surfer? Nah. I could have asked them to do it when it was a clear-cut case of death by misadventure. But it was interesting, and fun to be with the guys. I felt protected and even strong. Did I really need to sit in the open door of a helicopter with only a lap belt holding me while my buddies from the aviation unit tilted the damn thing to scare me? Certainly not, but the view was amazing, and I was impressing the guys with my sang-froid. I liked that a lot. For a scared person to act not scared is no small victory. In the land of the dead, I felt alive. Chapter 7. Timing is Everything. Mr. D was the much-loved patriarch of a large and devoted family. His eldest daughter had come home late one night and found the 91-year-old dead in his bed. She called one sister, who called a brother, who called a cousin, who called an aunt. They were all devastated at losing the beloved man, and word spread. Soon the apartment on the Grand Concourse was filled with 22 sobbing people. This wasn't one of those glorious old Art Deco places on the Concourse, the Champs-Élysées of the Bronx, as it used to be known. Those large and airy apartments were inhabited by the Jewish middle class until the late 60s, when they left for Long Island, Westchester, and Co-op City. The next wave of residents came from Puerto Rico, large families seeking affordable apartments with spacious rooms. Affordable as this building may have been, it was anything but spacious. A brick-faced poor cousin, cheaply built, with windows on the air shaft and no ornamentation. The rooms were small and mingy, the ceilings low. I was getting claustrophobic with all those people and looked forward to being alone with the dead man. It was a well-kept apartment, furnished for comfort, with the best TV viewing spot occupied by the worn grandpa chair. His numerous descendants were proudly displayed in school photos hung nearly to the ceiling in the hallway. The remaining wall space was devoted to crucifixes and framed paper pictures of Jesus bleeding from a crown of thorns that pierced his forehead. A foot-high statue of the Virgin Mary with tears painted on her cheeks stood on the credenza. I was a little awed by the piety and uncharacteristically reverent. My usual demeanor, professional, courteous, yet cut and dried, wasn't working for me. These people were so bereft at their loss that I felt humbled. What was it like, being loved that way? What did he do to earn it? The older family members were holding hands in the kitchen and praying together for acceptance of God's will. Soft ladies in house dresses, dark hair worn in tight buns, they were supported in grief by their quiet husbands. The younger ones were thin, muscular boys and pretty girls, cousins who had grown up as close as siblings. Shocked and suspicious, they whispered together in agitation, "How could this happen?" The police said the apartment had been secure. That meant the front door was closed with a key, not just slammed shut, that the windows were closed and locked. Since Mr. D died alone, unattended by a physician, we needed to make sure there was nothing untoward. Impatient relatives have been known to hurry along nature's course, as have the greedy boyfriends of home health aides. I offered a few condolences, lo siento por su perdida, before getting down to business. Okay, who can tell me about his medical condition? First mistake, addressing the entire family. Everyone answered at once, talking over each other and arguing about which doctor really knew him, which doctor almost killed him, which hospital needed to be sued for being rude to their grandfather. Finally, I got to the youngest daughter, who gave me a medical history. Sugar diabetes, high pressure, bad heart. Oh, and his kidneys don't work anymore. But he just went to the clinic last week and they said he was doing good. How could he just die like this? I frequently had to remind people that the death rate is 100% and old age is a valid cause. We all have to go, no exceptions. But if love alone could keep a person alive, this man would have lived forever. When I explained that I was going to examine Mr. D and would let them know what I found, a 20-ish man with a bandana tied around his head stepped forward. "Okay, me and my brothers will come in with you." "I'm sorry, I can't allow that. Only the police officer can come in with me." "Why? What are you going to do to him? I want to see." There was a stirring behind him, a protective belligerence among the younger relatives. I couldn't tell them that I had to ensure that this was a completely natural death, that no one had hastened the demise of their grandfather. I wouldn't make it out alive. And I certainly wouldn't quote the rules, as that would only aggravate them further. Think fast. Mr. D seems to be a dignified man, and perhaps he wouldn't want to be seen this way. Sometimes things happen during death, you understand? Maybe let the undertaker do his work first, maintain his dignity, okay? The young man nodded, and his brothers relaxed their tense shoulders. I understood the impulse, the desire to do something, fix something. It's hard to sit still with grief. Just then, the quiet middle daughter stepped forward and asked if I could please tell them what time he died. "We'd like to have a special mass said at the time he passed," she explained. "Yes, of course." I went into the bedroom to find a picture of the Pope looking down protectively on a very thin, very old man. His face was shaved and his sparse white hair trimmed and combed. Someone had rubbed lotion all over his papier-mâché skin. This man was well cared for. This man was loved. It was a quick exam. His small frame made him easy to turn over and then put back neatly. No trauma, nothing unusual at all, an apparently peaceful and natural demise. Now for time of death. Like much of my work, determining the post-mortem interval, or time of death, is as much an art as it is a science. We measure 3 factors, rigor mortis, livor mortis, and algor mortis, determining the interval for each and approximating a range of a few hours during which the person likely died. Everyone is familiar with the notion of rigor mortis, the stiffening of muscles after death, and source of many die-hard jokes. While we're alive, chemical reactions using oxygen enable our muscles to contract and relax. The byproducts of this response build up in the muscle and then break down, except if you're dead. No breathing or cardiac activity means no circulating oxygen, so the reactions stop and the muscles slowly grow rigid. Rigor mortis may appear to develop from head to toe, but that's just because the smaller muscles stiffen first. It starts in the jaws and fingers, then progresses into the neck, hands, arms, feet. Last are the large leg muscles. The whole process takes approximately 12 hours before the body is frozen so rigid that you could use it as a tabletop over 2 sawhorses, resting only on its neck and heels, if you were so inclined. The body won't sag or bend. In fact, it will stay that way for another 12 hours, depending on ambient temperature and other factors like muscle mass, fever, and recent activity. A bodybuilder who snorts cocaine, runs for half a mile, has a seizure, then drops dead in the street from an aneurysm will go into rigor right away. An elderly patient bedridden with cancer may have almost none. As tissues break down and other enzyme reactions occur, the rigor begins to fade, and the muscles soften up in the same order in which they stiffened, small to large, dissipating gradually over the next 12 hours. We measure the rigor by bending the limbs and body to check flexion, assigning a number on a scale of 1 to 4, with 4 being full rigidity. If the arm can be pushed back into a tennis serve position with some small effort, that's a 2. If it flops over with a nudge, that's 0 rigor. After checking all the extremities, we assign a time value based on how long it takes to achieve that stage. If the decedent has 3+ rigor in the jaw, neck, and arms, and 2+ in the legs, breakable, we know that he has been dead for approximately 8 hours and is still going into rigor. Breakable means the muscle can be flexed or extended. Sometimes the jaw gets so tight it's impossible to open the mouth. If we needed to see the teeth for identification purposes, we'd have to cut the jaw muscle. If his neck, arms, and ankles bend easily but the quadriceps are still stiff at 2+, we figure he's coming out of rigor and has been dead for longer, perhaps 28 to 30 hours. After rigor mortis comes an evaluation of livor mortis, the settling of blood into the dependent portion of the body. Once circulation stops, gravity pulls the fluid down into the tissues, darkening skin to a reddish purple. This is visible at about 1 to 2 hours and takes 6 to 8 hours to be fully developed. Press firmly on the skin and the red discoloration will blanch white until the blood is completely settled and leached into the skin permanently. Fixed livor mortis takes about 8 to 12 hours. Rigor and liver are also used to determine if a body has been moved after death. Rigor, liver, inappropriate for position means that the body position at death does not match its current environment. I once found a man in a hot sheet hotel, $30 for 2 hours, cash to the desk clerk, dead in bed on his back with his arms and legs straight up in the air. Most people don't die that way. Only the lucky ones, as I like to say in my lectures at the police academy. The front of his body was dark purple-red, except for the white lines where the wrinkled sheets had pressed into his skin. Obviously, he had died face down with his extremities hanging over the sides of the narrow bed. EMS had turned him over and left him that way, against protocol. Then there is algor mortis, which provides a somewhat more precise measurement. A body loses about 1.5 degrees of heat every hour in a room of 72 degrees Fahrenheit until it comes to room temperature. It can be sped up by cold, water, and wind, or slowed by heat or wrappings. The best way to measure body temperature is by rectal thermometer, using the same thermometer to measure ambient room temperature. This requires some delicacy. This would make a great SAT problem. Question 3. If a room is 73 degrees Fahrenheit and the decedent's rectal temperature is 83 degrees Fahrenheit, what is the post-mortem interval based on a 150-pound adult male wearing indoor clothing? Assume all other factors are unchanged since time of discovery. A. 4 hours. B. 6 hours. C. 10 hours. D. 15 hours. The correct answer is C. 10 hours. Starting at an average of 98 degrees Fahrenheit, at 83 degrees he has lost 15 degrees of body heat. Divide that by 1.5, and the answer is about 10 hours since death. First, asking the police if they had closed or opened any windows since discovery of the dead guy. Ambient temperature variations would affect the cooling rate. Now comes the interpretation. If rigor mortis tells us that the decedent died between 8 and 10 hours ago, and livor mortis says that it was 6 to 8 hours, and algor mortis indicates that it was 8 hours ago, we draw a line down the middle of each time range and calculate a median number, in this case 8 hours. Then we add a fudge factor and say that the decedent died between 6 to 10 hours ago, roughly 8 hours before examination. It's science, sure, but there are numerous mitigating circumstances at every scene, and every death is different. It's about the totality of the circumstances. I examined Mr. D and did all my little scientifical calculations, coming up with about 4 hours since his death. It was 3 a.m. when I marched out to the assembled family and announced with authority, Mr. D passed at 11 p.m. Two of the daughters shrieked. A son-in-law clutched his heart. "But Celia spoke to him at midnight. Oh, my God, do you think—" Shit. I had forgotten the most important question of all in making a time of death approximation. When was the decedent last spoken to or seen alive? Some fast talking and an apologetic confession of a calculation error got me out of that debacle with the family, and I never made that mistake again. In my work, of necessity, I was obsessed with time of death, for all sorts of reasons. As Mr. D's case bears out, time of death can give a sense of closure to the family. For many people, time of death is to be commemorated, representing, as it does, the decedent's final moment. It can also help the bereaved understand the circumstances leading up to a loved one's passing. Like tracing someone's steps, it can be an attempt to come to terms with loss by constructing a narrative, a way to understand. Made sense to me. Wasn't that what I was doing, trying to come up with the story of someone's last moments? Then there are the civil cases and criminal investigations. Time of death can be critical to the probate courts deciding on disposition of estates. Suppose a husband and wife die in a car accident, and each had children from a prior marriage, each without a will. In many states, the surviving spouse automatically gets a portion of the other's estate, even if they only survived a minute or two longer. Which means that if she died first, his kids get her share, and somebody is going to be mad. In the case of homicide, time of death can help police narrow suspects to those who fit the timeline. If it can be shown that a victim died between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Sunday, we always give a range, that might rule out the girlfriend who was on the train to Boston. The estranged wife who says she was home alone watching TV, that's a different story. I had a case where a small fire in an apartment was extinguished, and when the smoke cleared, first responders found a dead man with a stab wound on a blood-soaked bed. It was a tiny studio, enough space for a double bed, a bureau, a galley kitchen, and a bathroom. The walls were painted an unusual blue-green, making it feel like an aquarium. The bureau drawers were pulled out and the items tossed around. A dozen large candles were placed around the room, some of which had burned down to the bureau and started the fire. The liver and rigor mortis showed that the victim had been dead for a while, but his temperature was higher than 98.7 degrees because of the fire, and that messed up my calculations. Since he was, according to the neighbors, a hustler with an open-door policy, time of death would be crucial in solving his murder. It could indicate which client killed him, which client took advantage of the death and robbed him, and which client, or clients, saw the body and ran out in fear. The candles were all different sizes, 6-hour, 4-hour, 2-hour. Could that help? If we knew that a large 6-hour candle had been lit by the perpetrator and was now burned down nearly to the base, but not quite, we might surmise that the death had occurred 5 hours before. But since it was impossible to say whether or not the candles had been used previously, they wouldn't be much help. What if his killer used the candle heat to confound investigators? A sophisticated murderer could try to adversely affect the time of death calculation by changing the temperature of the room. He could have intentionally set candles on the edge of the bureau over an open drawer with the purpose of igniting the fire hours after he left, giving him time to get far away while the fire burned up all the evidence of his crime. Except for the dead body, that is. It wouldn't be the first time a crafty killer had sought to confound us. Ultimately, I found that the victim had a greenish discoloration of his right lower abdomen, where the bowel is closest to the skin and can show early decomposition, meaning the interval since death was longer. He also had skin slippage along his legs, the blistering and peeling that are another sign of decomposition, but that could also have been an effect of heat. Taking all factors into account, it seemed that he had been dead for at least 24 hours. Everyday objects can be useful in a post-mortem interval determination, as is common sense. If a woman picked up the newspaper from her front stoop every morning at 8 a.m., and the Sunday and Monday papers were still outside when we arrived on scene, she probably died sometime on Saturday. A delivery bag of Chinese food on the kitchen table often had a receipt stapled to it, with a date and time stamp. A glass of beer goes flat in as little as 4 hours, more quickly if it's warm. So, if you see a nice golden ale on the coffee table with a good head on it and some bubbles, your perpetrator just left. As for the stabbed man in the candle-filled room, it never did get solved. There were just too many people in and out of the place, and they were all anonymous. Most of my work concerned short post-mortem intervals, where a body was discovered within a day or two. But there were many cases involving longer periods, where the decedent went undiscovered for weeks or even months. New York can be a lonely town, and some people just have no one to check on them. As Hirsch told me, if you want to be anonymous, move to New York. I learned to estimate long-term post-mortem intervals using the artifacts of decay to count the days or weeks since death. In the warm months, blowflies lay their eggs in moist body openings or wounds, growing into squirming masses of dirty white maggots in about 24 hours, then crawling off to form pupae after 6 to 7 days of feeding and growing fat. The brown, Rice Krispie-like pupa shells hatch into a new generation of flies in 6 days, for a total life cycle of 2 weeks. Count the different areas of cast-off shells, and you can make an estimate of how many weeks since death. Forensic entomologists can be more precise, estimating days. I have been in some homes where the flies were so thick in the air that it looked like a black snowstorm. These vermin parties, where the dead guy buffet hosted roaches, rats, mice, and flies in wild orgies of feasting and reproduction, are God's way of returning organic compounds and minerals to the earth. Then there is adipocere, or grave wax, a chemical process called saponification that turns body fat into greasy layers of smelly whitish wax, indicating that the body has been buried in warm, damp conditions. Adipocere forms after about 3 months in those conditions, so its presence indicates that a body has been buried underground for a while. Some years ago, young men would come in from the suburbs to hang out on the Morton Street Pier, a popular spot for gay men partying along Christopher Street. Some would drink or take drugs and do foolish things like fall into the Hudson River or go off with rough trade. Hustlers who charged them for sex and occasionally beat them up in a sudden burst of self-hating homophobia. There were a few deaths, some accidental, some not. One young man, the son of a Westchester police official, had disappeared under such circumstances, possibly falling off the pier into the water. The hunt for him occupied detectives of the 6th Precinct in Greenwich Village, so when a male body was found a week later along the East River shore under the Brooklyn Bridge, Detective Lee of the 1st Precinct made some calls to alert his colleagues. Maybe this was their boy, even though it was the wrong river. I arrived near dawn to the spectacular sight of the sun rising and lighting up the mists of the river, the dark stone bridge silhouetted against a rosy peach sky. The rigging wires between the towers were black lace backlit by golden light. It was beautiful, a stark contrast to the ugly remains before me. There it was, the bottom half of a male torso, a set of buttocks with leg bones. It stank like hell and was hung with shredded rags, the remnants of jockey shorts. I immediately noted the adipocere, thick and lumpy white wax that covered the butt. There was no evidence of fish or crab feeding, so the remains didn't come from the water. This told me they had been buried for some time. So why were they here now, lying on the sand and soaking in the sunlight? Looking up the river a few hundred feet, I saw a yellow backhoe and found out that workers had been dredging at the river's edge. Apparently, the remains had been buried along the former shoreline, and the changes in currents had uncovered them. Back at the morgue, we tried to match this lower half of a torso with some of the upper torsos we had lying around. No such luck. This could not be the missing boy from Westchester. The time of death didn't match with his disappearance. Decomposition helped estimate time of death, but it also hindered us with artifact. Something that appeared to be a traumatic injury could in fact be the result of decay or environmental factors like vermin feeding. There is no smell on earth that is as bad, no call so unwelcome as that from communications, notifying me of a decomp. "Hey, sugar girl, this is Sissy. You got a decomp in the 3-2 precinct, and it's bad. I'm sorry, honey." In the summer, an MLI could never plan to go anywhere right from work, because that was decomp season, and the stench was a greasy blanket that clung to your hair, skin, and clothes, especially natural fabrics. I wore only polyester to work from June through August. When a body dies, the bacteria inside us are free to do whatever they want. Unchecked by our immune system and natural defenses, germs go wild, producing stinking gases that cause the abdomen to swell and bloat, the eyelids and scrotum to tense with pressure. Enzymes digest tissues and cells burst open, producing purge, a rank and bitter-smelling red-brown liquid that runs from every opening into a puddle of disgust. The skin splits, looking like knife cuts, but that is the result of stretching from gas pressure. Then it sloughs off in sheets of gray nastiness. The flesh turns a hard, shiny black, and the eyes and tongue protrude like a gargoyle's. The mouth will seem to be moving until you get closer and see that it is a thick layer of writhing maggots spilling off the tongue. But that smell, my God, there is nothing worse. Combine spoiled meat, shit from a sick dog, rotten eggs, cabbage, and old garlic in a blender. It will smell wonderful compared to the gagging sweet stink of a putrid body. Mummification has a less offensive, more interesting scent, musty, organic. I once investigated what appeared to be a pile of dried leaves and leather scraps on a bed in a squatter building. No rent, sure, but no heat, no electric, and no water either. Except that the pile of leaves was wearing new-looking Timberland boots. Closer inspection revealed a skeleton whose organs had been eaten away by the large rats who were cowering behind a rusty stove. The dry conditions and warm, breezy weather had caused the decedent to dehydrate and slowly mummify. There was so little tissue left that when I lifted his arm, it came off. It was just a mottled brown husk of dried skin, tendon, and bone, but damn, that scared me. What was interesting, though, was the bullet rattling around in his empty rib cage. Was that the cause of death, or was it an old bullet from a fight or a war injury? No one would ever know. All the evidence had been eaten. The artifacts of decay could fool the best of us. I once came into a case where officers were agitated over the beating death of an elderly man. They pointed to the purple bruises on his swollen face, blood and serum running from his nose, and cigarette burns on his chin. "How disgusting to torture an old man like that," they said. "We're going to find this guy and make him pay." Only none of it was true. The swelling and purple discoloration were from blood settling into his skin as he lay face down on the floor, and gases filled the tissues. The fluid from his nose was purge from decomposition, and the cigarette burns were actually roach bites. All post-mortem artifacts. More than one parent has been suspected of child abuse when their crib death babies were found with the small wounds of roach or rat feeding. We all had our fears on the job. Touching a dead person who suddenly comes alive was at the top of the list. It happened to Darrell of the Brooklyn office, with a woman who took an overdose of Valium to end her life. When he rolled her over, she opened her eyes and groaned, and he nearly fainted. They called back the embarrassed EMS crew, and poor Darrell returned to the office shaking. Apparently, her heart and breathing had slowed to a rate that the probably rushed EMTs could not detect. I was familiar with that fear. I once climbed into a van alone, the back compartment containing a decomposed and bloated man. When I turned him over, he moaned so loudly that I screamed and jumped out of the van into the arms of a laughing cop. It was just the result of gases gushing up his throat, kind of like squeezing an accordion. I got him back, though, the cop, that is, when, a few weeks later, we were confronted with a face-up, naked dead man. "Oh, good," I said. "Now we can tell time of death easily." "Wait, what?" He raised his eyebrow in that skeptical way that cops do so well. "Picture the penis as the hour hand on a clock," I said. "Toward the navel is 12 o'clock, to the feet is 6, and 9 and 3 are on the sides. Now, which way is the penis pointing?" About 4 o'clock, I guess," he said. "Okay, good. Now, is it AM or PM? You see, if the right side of the scrotum hangs lower, it's AM, and if it's the left, PM. So this guy died at about 4 AM. Let's check the rigor mortis to confirm." I said this in all seriousness, and then burst out laughing. I couldn't get away with that one too many times. Despite the smell of a decomp, there is one good thing about the gaseous, bloating part. It lets us know when spring has arrived in New York. When a dead body is tossed in the river or a person drowns, they sink to the bottom. As long as the water is cold, they stay down there and fish nibble them. But in spring, the water warms up, and all the bacteria in the body that have been dormant in the cold come back to life and resume work. The result is gas, which swells up in the tissues, and then pop! Up comes the body, floating to the surface, just like daisies poking through the soil, and spring is here. Chapter 8. Baby-faced butchers. I'm not a religious person, at least not when anyone is looking. I'm more of a lapsed or recovering Catholic, unable to accept the Church's position on gay people, women, original sin, a whole host of things. There are a lot of us. I do remember some of the Church teachings, though, like the prohibition against lying to my parents and casting the first stone. And I've never forgotten the difference between sins of commission, things you have done, and those of omission, things you have failed to do, although it all sounded like a loophole to me. I've always looked for answers and very much want to believe that there's some sort of order to things, a grand purpose we all participate in. I need something to trust, which is probably why I find the AA concept of a higher power so appealing. It's reassuring to consider that there's someone out in the universe keeping track, an undefined but benign presence that's infinitely stronger and wiser than I am. Someone with a plan who speaks in a relaxed, soothing baritone, like Nat King Cole. Reassuring, yes, but difficult to believe in, what with dead bodies turning up everywhere, even in our lovely parks. I investigated a woman who was stabbed repeatedly through her down sleeping bag in a little tent in the woods of Central Park, leaving bloody feathers flying everywhere and sticking to the trees. I could no longer stroll through the North Woods or the Rambles without thinking about the human remains that might be hidden in the glades. Sometimes they were right out in the open, usually heroin addicts who sat on a bench and took in the warm, sweet air while getting high, then overdosed quietly. They could sit there dead for hours as mind-your-own-business New Yorkers walked by. Someone did call 911 to report the man burning on a bench in Morningside Park, a dramatic piece of greenery that sits hard up against a steep cliff of Manhattan schist that marks the border between Morningside Heights and Harlem. I arrived shortly after police had put him out with a fire extinguisher, as I had been nearby examining the closet where a man had been held and tortured in a kidnap for ransom case. The man on the bench was sitting slumped over, his head hanging down, a Bic lighter in his left hand. His lap area was burned deeply, his pants and nylon jacket in blackened shreds. He was partly coated in white powder from the fire extinguisher, making it difficult to see the burn patterns. I was thinking that perhaps he had been freebasing and accidentally set himself on fire. It's happened before. Maybe I was suffering from an excess of hope that day, but I just didn't want to believe that anyone would purposefully set a person on fire. I was nearly 5 years into the job at this point. 5 years of murders, suicides, accidents, and garden variety tragedies. I was threadbare and looking for explanations. Why did children die badly? Why were women killed for enjoyment? Why were people starving, suffering, and lonely? Why? It's such a small word, but it can contain a world of hurt and regret, to say nothing of confusion. I wanted the relief of certainty, the comfort of a purpose. I wanted to say everything happens for a reason without rolling my eyes. I wanted answers, but the job wasn't giving them to me. It was May of 1997 when Mendy from Communications called me with a case notification. I waited patiently while he went through his routine. This is Mr. Jorge Mendez of the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner calling for investigator Barbara Butcher. Is this her? Yeah, Mendy, it's me. What do you got? I have a case for you. Yes, I know, Mendy. Where is it? What's the story? The call is from the Central Park precinct. There is a man in the lake. It is an apparent homicide. Okay, what's the ETA for crime scene? They are on their way. Do you want a driver to come and get you? Yes, Mendy, please send me a driver and ask him to step on it. Okay, I will relay your request to the driver. I will print out the case sheet for you. That is all. Thank you. Mendy was good at his job, but it was like he had memorized the entire training manual. He was by the book meticulous. Even if he forgot something and called you back within 30 seconds, he'd go through the entire announcement of his full name and where he worked. He was a sweet man who took pride in his work, but it could get on your nerves. It didn't take long to reach our destination. I was glad to have Mr. Wells with me. He didn't often work nights, and I missed him. You been all right, Barbara? Yeah, I'm good, but it's a whole different world on the 12 to 8. Bad things happen at night, you know? That's right. That's when the devil comes out to play. We parked on the West Drive off the 72nd Street entrance, and as I walked toward the lake, I saw Hal, a detective I knew from crime scene, following a trail of blood drops along the path to the street. Hey, Barbara, how are you? Look at all this drip. Probably fell off the perp or his weapon as he ran out. It's got directionality, see? Maybe it's his, maybe the victim's, or both. What do you think? Should I cut out a couple of sections of pavement, take it as evidence? Maybe just take some samples? I was about to answer when I realized he was talking to himself. Yeah, I'll put down my markers, do the photos, take some swab samples. Okay, that'll work. Hal spoke fast and thought out loud, which I enjoyed for the lessons in forensics. Hal was the first one to show me how blood drops were affected by motion. Someone standing still dripped a round spot, often surrounded by tiny satellite drops. If the person was moving, the top of the drop dragged forward, leaving a point in the direction of travel. I left Hal to his musings and found a night watch detective and some officers standing in a wooden gazebo on the lake. Central Park Lake is the height of New York romantic, a place to go rowing or strolling around hidden coves. Crossing it is the Bow Bridge, the spot where couples go to get engaged. The detective pointed to a large white shape bobbing at the water's shallow edge like an overturned boat. "There's your guy, Barbara. Poor bastard is cut to ribbons. Slaughtered. Some girl called it in, a kid, apparently. The rest of the guys are over at her house for the interview. ESU is coming. They're going to pull him out for you, set up some more lights." Poor girl, stumbling across a dead body like that. That was going to be hard to process. An officer shined his flashlight over the eerie scene. The water was rusty with blood, and the man's intestines hung from his wide-open abdomen, floating among the reeds and grass. Eviscerated is the technical and polite term, but it does nothing to convey the horror of seeing a man spread out like something in a butcher's window. I took a step closer. The wound edges appeared clean, not ragged, indicating a sharp knife. We'd wait until the autopsy to characterize the weapon better. Spear point or straight, dagger or broad blade, width and length. It was too dark out here to get a good look, so I took some photos to establish his location and show the overall scene before checking out what else Hal had found. I'd do my exam after emergency services did the heavy lifting. Around 5:30, the sun rose and started peeking through the dark trees. I watched as the lake lit up in soft orange and pink, ripples making the light shimmer. It was a little much, a man's pale, mutilated body in the clear golden light against what could only be described as a calendar photo backdrop. It was an overblown movie scene, and I became conscious of my role in it. Unfazed young woman, blonde, tan trench coat, black turtleneck. It felt like a cinematic cliché, yet it was real, all too real. My reverie was broken when a noise alerted me to something in the bushes. I nudged one of the cops and pointed across the water to a little peninsula of land. It was more than a little suspicious, some guy rummaging around in the undergrowth at 5:30 a.m., but then we saw the camera flashes and knew it was a reporter for the tabloids. New York Times reporters don't usually skulk in the shrubbery. A sergeant waved him away half-heartedly, knowing it was useless. It would be nice to protect the privacy of the victim, but the reporter wasn't interfering in the crime scene, so there was nothing to be done. ESU carefully pulled the man from the water and laid him up on the shore. I could see his face, the dark mustache under a nearly severed nose, gobbets of blood in his mouth. His throat was slashed. I did some close-up photos, gloved up and examined him, noting the fingers hanging by scraps of tissue from one hand, the knife slices on his palm. The other hand was nearly detached, hanging loosely from his wrist, defense wounds sustained as he put up his hands to ward off his attacker. The victim was a big man and would have been hard to overpower. Poor guy must have put up one hell of a fight. He was stabbed and hacked and cut everywhere, his arms, chest, back, abdomen. There were too many wounds to count. As I got closer to the decedent's open abdomen, I smelled alcohol and was momentarily glad. It would be nice to think that he was drunk enough to dull the pain and fear, but I knew better. You sober up real fast when that shock of piercing, burning, cut-nerve pain hits, and you're fighting for survival. Literally fighting for your life. I'd been told by a boxer friend that when you're mid-fight, the animal brain takes over and the pain gets blocked. But I don't know about that. I got a quick glimpse of the man's terror and pushed it away. I checked the decedent's body temperature and compared it to the water and air temp. Rigor mortis wouldn't be accurate because his limbs had been lifted and moved by ESU. He hadn't been dead long, a couple of hours maybe. I could tell because he hadn't cooled much despite being in the water. I bagged his damaged hands and sealed them tight at the lower arm with evidence tape. Might be somebody's flesh or hair under his fingernails. We searched the water and shore for anything connected to the victim, then gathered his ripped clothing around him. Everything was evidence until it wasn't. On my way out of the park, a reporter stopped me, asking if I could tell him anything about the victim or his condition. I said no, sorry. He persisted, asking if I could tell him anything at all. I remembered what Hirsch always said. The only way to deal with a reporter is with your hat. Put it on and walk away. I did, grateful to see Mr. Wells waiting in the car for me. Meanwhile, relevant things were unfolding a couple of blocks away at a Tony apartment building on Central Park West. The Majestic is a grand Art Deco structure that over the years has boasted a long line of famous residents, including Fred Astaire and Lucky Luciano. On this particular night, police were responding to 2 calls from the Majestic. The first was from the father of 15-year-old Daphne Abdella to report his daughter missing. Police arrived in the lobby and met the night doorman, who alerted police to the fact that a bloody Ms. Abdella and a young male friend named Christopher had gone to a utility room at the rear of the building to clean themselves up. Police found the 2 sitting naked in a bathtub washing away blood, the result, they claimed, of a rollerblading accident in Central Park. Police escorted them upstairs, where Daphne told her father to get the fuck out of here while she washed her clothing. Not long afterward, Daphne made the second call to 911 to inform the police that she had seen a dead man floating in the lake near 72nd Street. Detectives escorted her to the park, where she showed them the body and cried out, "I tried to save you." It didn't take long for detectives to poke holes in the teenager's account and for the real story to come out. Daphne had met the decedent from the lake, 44-year-old Michael McMorrow, in a substance abuse rehabilitation program. An affable man prone to binge drinking, he liked to hang out in the park in the evening, often at Strawberry Fields, the little enclave dedicated to the memory of John Lennon. During the day, the spot is filled with tourists and devotees who light candles and leave flowers for the slain musician. But that changes when the sun goes down, as so many things do. Daphne and her friend Christopher Vasquez went to Strawberry Fields that night, where they came across some park regulars, a cluster of young rollerbladers and a group of about 8 adults who were drinking and listening to the radio. Daphne had some Heineken with her, which she seemed keen to share. Like a beer fairy, the New York Times would say. Offering a bottle to a large, middle-aged man, she recognized him from rehab. They got to talking, and soon McMorrow was following the kids deeper into the park, away from the crowd. Nobody knows what the 3 talked about. Nobody knows what provoked the murder. Only that Daphne, who had been in a nasty mood, told people that, "Before this day is over, I'm going to kill someone." Slice was the word she had used. Before leading the soon-to-be dead man to the lake, she had apparently challenged other people in the park to a fight. Daphne admitted to being at the scene of the murder. She admitted to kicking McMorrow's legs out from under him and to provoking Christopher's actions, even the instruction to gut him. "He's a fatty," she was reported as saying. "He'll sink." She denied taking part in the murder itself. Christopher and Daphne were an unlikely pair. She was the daughter of a French-born model and an Israeli-born executive. The wealthy couple adopted their daughter as an infant, but she grew up into a troubled girl. A heavy drinker by the age of 15, Daphne had been to a substance abuse program and all the therapy that money could buy. Christopher Vasquez lived in a modest neighborhood on the Upper East Side. He was an altar boy who liked to find homes for stray dogs. Neighbors recall him as quiet, often depressed, and extremely close to his mother, who was a school secretary. So who was responsible? The millionaire's daughter or the working-class kid? Daphne said that Christopher did the killing. Christopher claimed it was Daphne. A classic he said, she said. I didn't meet Daphne, but I did meet Christopher when the lead detective called to request that I come to the precinct while they got a court order to take a blood sample from Christopher. I sat in the small squad room with him and waited quietly while he looked around like the scared little boy that he was. He was a scrawny kid, a lightweight with a baby face and peach fuzz on his cheeks, who didn't look capable of a vicious murder. By this time, I knew better than to believe that someone can look the type to kill. Still, that was my first thought on seeing Christopher, that he didn't look the type. We were waiting for the court order when Christopher called out to an officer. "I'm hungry," he said. I felt a cold chill run through me as he gave his order to the cop. "Hamburger, please, rare, with extra ketchup." I spoke to him politely, as I did with all suspects, explaining what I was going to do, how I would draw his blood. Maybe I smiled at him a little, reassuring a child, an automatic protective response. This was the face of an altar boy, a literal altar boy. Suddenly, Michael McMorrow's torn hands flashed in my mind, and I was momentarily disoriented. Who needed protection here? I shook myself back to the moment and asked him if I could proceed. He nodded, said okay, then pulled his baseball cap down over his eyes. Did it bother him, the sight of his own blood? When the case went to trial, I was called as a witness for the prosecution. I was there for color, I suppose, to describe the horrific scene that took place in a beautiful little corner of the park. At the request of the DA, I repeated Christopher's words for the jury, his meal order. Christopher looked up at me on the witness stand, a puzzled look on his face, as if to say, "What was wrong with that?" It was a quiet courtroom despite the media frenzy that had accompanied the original story. New Yorkers were outraged about a killing in Central Park and mystified about the child perpetrators. The newspapers were glad to feed that with headlines like "Baby-faced butchers" and "Lives tangle in Park's hidden world." Daphne's father hired Benjamin Braffman, Michael Jackson's attorney, to represent his daughter. She took a plea bargain, pleading guilty to first-degree manslaughter. Her statement to the court: "I was wrong for being in the park at night. I was wrong for drinking underage, and I was wrong for the admitted actions I took. As much as I wish I could go back into the past, I am dealing with the circumstances as best I can." Was this a sin of omission? Before the murder, Daphne occasionally went to AA meetings downstairs at the YMCA on West 63rd Street. So did I. That didn't surprise me. We are an eclectic bunch, everyone from psychotics to psychiatrists. I doubt we ever ran into one another, but I likely wouldn't have remembered her if I did. Just another adolescent girl, full of angst and anger and the desire to be someone else, drinking away the pain. Neither defendant showed any remorse beyond the mealy-mouthed statements they gave before sentencing, Christopher taking the "poor me with my bad luck" tone. Daphne's repeated assertion that she gave Michael CPR, tried to save him, might just be the tiniest admission of guilt, if true, but it was nonsensical. With his nose hanging off and blood pouring from his face and mouth, CPR would have been a daunting task. I was bothered that the actions of these children were never explained, that there were no reasons offered, nothing that could help us make sense of it, no why. It could only be evil, and that made it all the more frightening. Evil was senseless, and I hated that. It was a power whose only purpose was to destroy. I didn't like to use the word, but sometimes the only answer was to accept the existence of evil in the world. What else could explain 12 and 13-year-old boys who set fire to that man in Morningside Park, the ones who claimed that they took a life because they didn't have anything to do that night? And what else could account for Daphne and Christopher, two children who savagely attacked a man while they were on rollerblades? Chapter 9. The Other City. I spent a lot of my work time on the Lower East Side, where people were very young, very old, or very poor. Alphabet City. Some call it Loisaida in honor of its Puerto Rican settlers, still had the remnants of its Eastern European origins. In nearby Chinatown, recent immigrants crowded 8 to a room, a set of bunk beds on each wall. Some had a hammock strung between each bedpost, squeezing in 2 more. The men who lived there worked 16 hours a day as busboys and dishwashers in the local restaurants, scraping together every penny to bring over the next family member. That kind of sacrifice awed me here in the land of individualism. I envied the sense of purpose, the clean surety of giving completely of yourself to help another. It was something I wanted for myself. The same pattern of life had been true of Little Italy, but those immigrants had made it, assimilated, and gone to Staten Island, New Jersey, or the suburbs of Long Island. As they left, young professionals moved in, and the neighborhood shrank, part of it now marketed as Nolita, short for North of Little Italy. The guidebooks call it a charming, upscale area with a trendy vibe. I was musing on these changes while parked in front of Ray's on Prince Street for a slice and a Coke. The radio squawked, and Charlene announced a case on Rivington Street, apparent overdose. "Damn it, Charlie, I'm on meal. This is very bad for digestion." "You don't have to rush, Barbara. You know he isn't going anywhere." She chuckled at her joke for a while before giving me the address. Mr. Wells laughed too. Good, 'cause I got to go freshen. He had co-opted that phrase ever since I'd told him that freshen up meant I had to pee. We arrived at a squatter's building, semi-abandoned, with each window bricked up by cinder blocks and a heavy chain looped through 2 holes in the front doors. I'd seen this sort of situation before, where people who lived on the street find their way into a derelict building and set up camp. They'd steal electricity from Con Edison by wiring up to the base of a lamppost. They might have sold the building's copper pipes for salvage, if someone hadn't beaten them to it, so water came in a bucket from a fire hydrant or a sink in the back of a bodega. Some squats in the East Village were organized communities, sharing responsibilities like hauling water and foraging in dumpsters for restaurant discards. Others downtown were outlaw style, every man for himself. I'd long been interested in how people died, but I was desperate to know how these squatters lived. How did they stay warm in winter? Where did they pee? Were they friendly to each other? Did they hang out? I never got a chance to ask because they always scattered when the police showed up. An officer walked me around to the back through a narrow alleyway to a propped open wooden access hatch. He shined his flashlight into the 2-by-3-foot opening to reveal a crawl space packed with trash. Crazily colorful trash, all jumbled up like chunks of confetti. Bright red plastic cups, royal blue spaghetti boxes, stark white takeout containers. It may have been garbage, but it was incredibly pretty. You take your art where you find it. I had to crawl in there to get to the scrawny man in a blue jacket who was lying on top of the pile, his dull brown eyes staring at the rafters. A dried white foam surrounded his mouth and nose, the pulmonary froth of a drug overdose. The rubber tourniquet still hung around his arm, but the works were gone, the syringe, needle, and spoon in a shooter's kit. Not surprising that whatever neighbor discovered him would take these. I have seen addicts run out to buy the same heroin that their friend just overdosed on. It was some kind of strange street logic. Must be good stuff if it killed him. The man's arms and legs were covered in track marks. Probably between his fingers, too, but I couldn't see that because rats had eaten all the flesh off his hands. I told the cop that I had recently seen a naked mummy where the rats ate only the internal organs, not the fingers or face. He explained that it had probably been freezing when he died, so the rats would burrow into the warm body cavity where they could feast in comfort. We squatted there on top of the garbage heap, discussing rat life, and I asked if he noticed that the colorful junk around us was kind of appealing. He said no, he couldn't see that at all. It was just garbage. But my vision had changed since seeing those Fifth Avenue paintings up close. Actually, it had changed before that, with the M.E. who, early on in my training, told me to be on the lookout for beauty. She may not have had this in mind, but I was getting good at finding beauty in broken places. It gave me joy and expanded my world, an awareness of lives other than my own. Like most New Yorkers, I lived in an apartment up in the air, unaware of the other city deep beneath me, where the so-called mole people lived underground. But there was a whole world down there. I first saw it beneath the West Side rail yards when we got a call from Rob, a detective in Midtown South, who was setting up a little search party for a skeleton in a cave. Of course, I jumped to volunteer. Nothing better than a Huckleberry Finn adventure. We met outside an abandoned Amtrak tunnel near 10th Avenue in the West 30s, pushing through a broken chain-link fence to join up with some patrol guys and two detectives with a small, very pretty woman wedged protectively between them. She looked to be about 21, good haircut, nice clothes, knowing smile. "Barbara, this is Jessica. She's going to show us a homicide victim in the caves." The emergency services unit had gotten there before us, and they carried the lights and led us over the tracks into a deep cavern of dark rock, with cliffs and ledges cutting into the sides. The ESU guys are the MacGyvers of the police department, the super specialists of NYPD, created to perform tactical and technical rescues and special operations. They can rig up tools or solutions to weird problems in an instant. Things like high-angle rope climbing to get someone stuck on top of the Brooklyn Bridge, or scuba diving to locate a discarded weapon in the East River. They were all fit and sexy, confident, relaxed men with big shoulders and easy smiles. I felt good around these guys, safe in the knowledge that they would step instinctively in front of me if rocks started falling from the cave. Nothing overbearing, just protecting a buddy. Once in the caves, their searchlights lit up the glittering gray and black stone all around us. Manhattan schist, the bedrock of the island. Tunnels and passageways led in different directions. We stayed on the main path heading deeper into the heart of Manhattan. As we walked, Rob told me the story of how we came to be spelunking with Jessica. She's a pros, a real good one by all accounts. Travels around with some high rollers. She even speaks Japanese, worked in Tokyo for a while. So she gets picked up in a raid in some rich fuck's apartment. He was dealing cocaine, and she gets caught with the bag in her hand. She tells Danny over there that she has information on a murder, can show him the body and everything. Figures she can make a deal, you know? He nodded toward Danny, a good-looking young detective who held Jessica's arm as they walked ahead of us. They would have made a cute couple. As the tunnel narrowed, I stopped in front of a chamber, a high-ceilinged 10-by-10 round cave in the wall. It was lit by candles and decently furnished. In the flickering shadows, there was a narrow bed with a yellow-checked comforter, a stuffed easy chair, and a sagging bookshelf full of paperbacks. Propped up on a bit of ledge in the stone was a framed Dubonnet advertisement. I had the same poster. "I wonder where the tenant is," I said. It'd be interesting to meet the people who live here." "No chance of that," Rob answered me. "They run like hell when they see us coming. Amtrak owns the whole thing. They kick 'em out, have 'em arrested for trespassing." "That's too bad. Doesn't look like they're hurting anything." "Yeah, and they're not causing me any trouble. Some say there's 2,000 people under the city in caves and tunnels. Some live like rats, some make a nice home for themselves." I saw 2 more cave chambers, not so nice as the first one, but serviceable. A pile of blankets on the floor, a folding table, and a few boxes of stuff. One had a calendar, the days checked off. What was he waiting for? We stopped at a large central chamber that looked like a gathering place. While ESU was rigging harnesses to climb the rock, I asked Jessica where she was from. "Here and there," she said with a shrug and a small smile. "I hear you speak Japanese. Difficult language, no?" "Not so hard if you immerse yourself in it. I lived there for a while and met a lot of people who didn't speak English, so I had to learn." Jessica was engaging with the kind of charm that comes from laser focus on the other person. She talked a little about life in Japan, how the Ginza Strip had better shopping and clubs than most American cities, but not New York. Everything was better in New York. I couldn't figure her out. This woman was intelligent and lively, beautiful by any standards. She could have done anything, been anything. What happened to bring her here, with us, in this gloomy cave? What brought her to sex work? It was a hard life and risky, even for someone at the high end of the business. Danny was fascinated by her, and she knew it. She worked it well, flirting lightly with him, smiling, speaking softly so that he had to pay close attention to her. When Jessica asked him for a cigarette, she looked up into his eyes as he struck a match. Very effective. She walked us around. We passed dead campfires circled by a few plastic milk crates, a pile of garbage and empty wine bottles against the wall, food containers. "This is it," she said finally. "I was at a party here. The bones are hidden all over the place, up on the ridges and behind those corners." ESU quickly uncovered a sternum with several ribs. The sternum had a perfect round hole in the center and notches all around the periphery. This was the first time I had seen something like this, and I wondered out loud if that was a bullet hole in the center, which got everyone interested. Maybe this wasn't a wild goose chase after all. High up on a ledge, we found some long bones, including the thickest femur I had ever seen. Were these the bones of a heavy person with some kind of physical deformity? Still pretty new on the job, I thought I should call in the anthropologist. These bones didn't look right. Jessica turned to Danny and smiled prettily. "I have to pee and can't hold it another second." Then she pointed to a side passage and said, "I can go over there." He walked her over, and she stepped around a corner. I went about my business with ESU, photographing and collecting whatever bones we could find, laying them out on a yellow plastic tarp. A few moments later, I heard Danny shouting, "Stop! Get back here! Fuck!" he yelled as he disappeared into the passage, 2 patrolmen running behind him. They didn't come back, and I found out afterward that Jessica had asked Danny to turn around so she could have some privacy, and, ever the gentleman, he did. She knew the tunnels well and escaped easily, but she was found with a client 3 days later at the Travel Inn on 10th Avenue. Poor Danny got disciplined, and I got embarrassed when I was told that the heavy person with some kind of physical deformity was, in fact, a calf. I had to endure some pretty bad jokes for a while, like how was it that a butcher didn't know a cow when she saw it? I was to visit other caves beneath the city, including those up by Columbia Presbyterian on the Hudson River, where I had worked a couple of homicides. I heard the residents there were a rougher crowd, less likely to have bookshelves, candles, and vintage posters. Still, they had somewhere to stay, a shelter from the world. Not the case for so many other homeless people all over the city. Some got there through misfortune, like job loss, fire, or a health crisis that ate through their safety net. And let's face it, so many live paycheck to paycheck without a safety net. Others were dealing with mental illness or addiction, unable to cope with the effort of maintaining a job and a home. Life is hard work, and sometimes all it takes is one stumble to fall off the edge. Too many people find it impossible to get up again. As a teenager, I'd overhear neighbors gossiping over coffee and Danish in my mother's kitchen. "He's a bum, that's what it is. He could have a job if he wanted. He's just lazy." "I don't know, Gail, maybe he's sick in the head from Vietnam. They say a lot of those guys got shell shock." "So go to a doctor. My nerves are shot, but you don't see me sitting in a bus station like a hobo." It would have been easy to agree with those ladies. At least then I wouldn't have to feel bad about other people's misfortunes. I guess in some ways they were as scared as I was. We all have to live with the knowledge that everything can change in an instant, that fate can come and suddenly snatch everything away, even from a suburban housewife. One moment you're going about your day, buying toothpaste and grout cleaner, then something happens and suddenly you're one of them. Easier to call it a moral failing, something that could be overcome by working hard and doing the right thing. But there's no avoiding bad luck. The adults in our neighborhood were children of the Depression who had worked their way out of it and thought everyone else should too. I thought the gossiping ladies were wrong, but didn't dare say anything that might reveal my own failings and bring down their judgment on me. Life is unfair. Everybody knows that. Sure, there are some people who purposely choose a life outside the mainstream, off the grid, outdoors, and by their own rules. I remember how, in the late 70s and early 80s, the abandoned piers downtown along the Hudson were a haven for small camps of people who lived outside of general society. My favorite tribe lived on a dilapidated pier near Christopher Street in the West Village. I used to walk through the winding village streets at night, peering into warmly lit brownstones, and wonder what it would be like to live like that, with nice furniture and art. Then, winding up by the Hudson River, I would watch from a forest of rusting steel columns under the derelict West Side Highway while drag queens came out of tiny shacks and tents to prepare for the night out. They wore brightly flowered kimonos on summer nights, laying out their makeup kits on boards propped over milk crates, and combing out their wigs on blank-faced styrofoam dummy heads. Sometimes the river breeze would carry their voices to me. "Please, Mary." As the sun set over the Hudson, they were silhouetted against dark orange skies, dancing and preening to the music from boomboxes. They were having a ball in their little group, and I watched them happily. But life was not easy for men who dressed as women. Some were streetwalkers, hustling the Johns who cruised along West and Washington streets in family sedans with Jersey license plates. They were busted regularly, and the cops were rough on them. Teenagers from the outer boroughs would arrive in packed cars and beat them up for fun. Surprised customers or rough trade killed them sometimes. But they banded together with the girls who worked the truck trade under the elevated highway, defending themselves with knives tucked into stuffed bras or razors hidden beneath bouffant hairdos. Ultimately, the West Side Highway and the rotting piers were torn down to make a lovely park along the waterfront, and the girls and the drag queens and their customers were swept away, unable to defend themselves against the real estate developers and investors who wanted their territory. I often wonder where they went, if the little tribes were able to stay together. They had been my neighbors, and I missed them. Years later, as an MLI, I thought of them again as I saw other street people's camps on the East River under the FDR Drive. I would see men huddled in cardboard, scrap wood, and canvas shanties every time I passed under the gray concrete ramps of the highway on my way to the river's edge to pick up a floater, police slang for a victim found in water. One bitter cold mid-December afternoon, I was on the East River to see a middle-aged couple whose ungrateful son had strangled them over a money dispute, wrapped their bodies in industrial-sized garbage bags, and tossed them over a bulkhead at low tide. An easy enough case, but I was freezing and kept thinking about the men I had just passed, wrapped in raggedy clothes and hiding from the wind behind thin canvas walls. It was nearly Christmas, and I had a good idea. I could buy them presents, like warm wool blankets and gloves. That would make them feel better. Already the anticipation and the notion that I could actually do something about it was making me feel better. After my shift, I stopped at Macy's on 34th Street, a jolly splendor of bell-ringing Santas, gorgeous display windows of toys, and shining holiday light shows, everything gleaming and bright and happy. But I wasn't happy when I saw the price of a decent blanket. There were dozens of these guys. No way could I afford the price tag. The next day at work, I asked Randy where I could buy 50 good wool blankets at a reasonable price. Reuven poked his head up over his newspaper. "Wholesale. You don't buy bulk at retail," and disappeared behind the paper again. Later he gave me the number of his Uncle Sol in the garment business, who gave me the number of a manufacturer in Rhode Island. I called and told them why I wanted 50, and a nice salesman gave me a price break, sending 2 cases of heavy gray wool army blankets to the office. Each had a little red tag with the company logo, which was kind of Christmassy. That Saturday morning, one of our guys from security drove me along the East River downtown, pulling off the FDR to go under the overpasses or behind the half-demolished walls where people sheltered from the river winds and built their lean-to homes from scrap materials. We approached the little clusters slowly, calling hello cheerily so as not to startle anyone. The men watched us warily. Were we cops or social workers? But we came with gifts and gave out warm blankets and gloves to the men in shanties. They were surprised and pleased, some asking for an extra one for a friend. They all said Merry Christmas, and we were happy that day. It was shaping up to be a good holiday. 2 weeks later, I was working an evening tour with Mr. Wells, the post-Christmas lull before the New Year's shenanigans began. Both of us were picking up some overtime to cover our holiday shopping bills. Around 9:30 that night, we had to go out on a homicide, a short ride from the office to the FDR under the 42nd Street ramp. It was nasty cold, and I shivered as we parked and walked over to a small group of cops under the halo of portable lights beneath the elevated roadway. 2 detectives were talking to a ragged, sobbing man who was too drunk to stand up, but desperate to explain something. "I don't remember that. I don't remember doing that. He's my friend, you know?" he yelled through sobs. The detectives exchanged skeptical looks before turning to me. "Hi, guys, Butcher from the ME. Where's his friend?" They pointed to a pair of scabby legs beneath flattened cardboard boxes. We walked over, and I snapped a few pictures before lifting the cardboard off him, the camera shutter making slow, dull clicks as it froze. There was a man wrapped in a heavy gray army blanket with a little red tag. Blood from his torn neck and mutilated face seeped through the fibers and blossomed into a dark red stain. I gasped as I recognized the gift. "My blanket," I said. "Huh? What do you mean?" asked the detective in a black parka. Nothing. Never mind. What's the story?" "Cryboy over there says they're friends. They both live under the drive. They're drinking all day to keep warm and start fighting over the bottle. He says he passes out, then wakes up and finds a broken Heineken bottle in his hand, and his friend is dead. Says he doesn't remember anything. What a load of shit." A crime scene guy was bent over the jagged green bottle, photographing the neck close up. I knew he would find the crying man's prints easily on the bloody glass, just as I knew that the man was telling the truth. I knew all about alcoholic blackouts. he would never remember what he had done. Chapter 10. In Case of Emergency. I worked with a pretty good bunch of people. We had an easy camaraderie without the hierarchy seen in hospitals, with attending physicians at the top and morgue attendants near the bottom. We shared an unshareable experience, and that kept us close. It wasn't all murder and mayhem, though. We had plenty of fun taking calls from the obsessed, people convinced they knew of a murder or a plot to commit one. One guy called to tell us that Lincoln hadn't been assassinated. He could prove it was an accident based on the ballistics and wound angle. Then there was the early morning call from the woman who said she needed an investigation right away. In a heavy Queen's accent, she described the scene. "There is a dead fly on my windowsill. He wasn't there last night." "Yes, ma'am. Are you sure he's dead?" "Yes, his legs are straight up in the air and he's not breathing." I punched the speaker button so my office mates could hear this. "Okay, a dead fly in your house. How can we help you?" "Well, he must have died of something, and whatever it is could still be in the air. It could get me, too." Flies live a couple of weeks, so probably it's a natural death." "God damn you, you don't know that. I need someone to come over here and take a look at it. What if it's poison gas?" Do you smell anything funny?" "I'm not in the house, you idiot. Why would I stay in there? It's dangerous." "Ma'am, we don't handle insects, just people. I'm sorry, maybe you can ask a neighbor to check your house." "You're an investigator. Get over here and investigate. Do your job, honey." "What is your location?" "I'm in Rego Park." "Oh, that's the Queen's office. Let me transfer you." Diane, the new MLI, snorted with laughter. She was going to fit in just fine. As we added staff, more female investigators were brought on, and the MLI office became nicer, more tolerant. The place warmed up a bit. A little more compassion, a slight softening of the edges. I was glad to have other women around, as it was easy to fall into the tough guy attitude that prevailed among the men. I noticed I was becoming more callous in my outlook, shrugging off things that normally would have bothered me, like the overdose death of a teenager or the umpteenth pedestrian versus truck death. With the arrival of other women in the office, there was a little less ragging on each other, fewer top this stories of who had seen the most grotesque death of the day. Not that things changed that much. Diane was the first to arrive, a confident young woman with a wicked sense of humor. There wasn't much fanfare, but Reuven did remark, "Oh, great. Now that there's more of them, we have to watch our language." "More of who, you poor schmuck? Smart people?" I replied as Diane laughed. Richard, the director of investigations, asked me to train Diane, which pissed off Randy. He figured he was the senior man and should be in charge of new blood. As we headed out the door for a case, he announced snidely, "You girls have fun. Call me if you need help." Diane stopped. "Actually, Randy, I did want to ask your advice," she said. He smiled and gave me a look. "Certainly." "With my skin color, do you think I'm better in earth tones or pastels?" Reuven and Joey, the new guy, cracked up as we flounced out the door. I knew she and I were going to be friends. I found that, with women in the office, I was talking more about myself and less about work, something I had shied away from with the guys. Revealing a vulnerability to Randy or Reuven was like handing a dagger to a ninja. These were not soft women. Mickey was a Harley-riding mother of 2 rambunctious boys whom she doted on, and Diane had volunteered with an NGO, trekking through jungles to provide health care in Southeast Asia. Now she snuck rescue kittens into the office so we could bottle feed them. Sitting in Dr. Hirsch's office one evening, I told him how good they were. Diane was ready to go out on her own. "I'm not surprised. You know, I think women make better investigators than men." "Why's that, Chief?" I asked. "Women are less invested in being right than men are," he said. So they're more inclined to keep an open mind, to reserve judgment. Or to put it more crudely, they don't get involved in dick-waving contests with the police. He had a point. It wasn't the first time he declaimed female superiority. Charles Hirsch loved women, but more than that, he appreciated them. He preferred the way they thought and spoke over the more ego-driven style of men. I've always found the severely neurotic and their homes to be fascinating. Likely it's a takes one to know one kind of thing. You don't just start out by lining the windows with aluminum foil, you work your way up to it. One day you come home from work and decide to install a third deadbolt lock. A couple of weeks later, you put in a police bar on the door. When the guy in 2B looks at you funny, you tape over the peephole. When you take out your garbage after midnight, can't let the neighbors see, and stop answering your door, you have, in effect, disappeared yourself. Tinfoil on the windows is often the next step. I saw my first death ray-proof apartment on a natural, the case of a woman who called 911 for an ambulance complaining of a heart attack. Police broke in for the EMTs, but it was too late. She was dead. Everything was locked up tight and there was no sign of trauma. None of the door jam, splintering, broken glass, or jimmied windows that make the authorities pause. No blood, bruises, or oddly twisted limbs. There were plenty of cardiac meds around, which seemed to confirm her self-diagnosis. Everything looked pretty much as it should be, but the place was strangely dark for midday in May. It was your typical cookie-cutter apartment in a Midtown East white brick building. White walls in all the boxy rooms, one bedroom, one bath with white tile, galley kitchen, no dining area. Imitation parquet floor. Southern exposure, so the place should have been light and bright. It would have been, too, if not for the fact that each window was covered with aluminum foil, the edges taped tight to the casements with duct tape. The inside of the door was also enclosed in foil, smoother and shinier than that on the windows, which was kind of crumpled. Add a red bow and the apartment would look like a present waiting to be opened. "What's up with all of this?" I asked one of the cops. "Death rays. Keeps them out." Right. He was pulling my leg, paying me back for all the jokes I like to pull on the cops. "Seriously, what do you think it's for? Did she figure that foil kept out the cold or the heat?" I had to ask, even though it was late spring and the weather was perfect. "I'm serious," he continued, deadpan. "It keeps out radioactivity and death rays. Also prevents people from reading your thoughts." He went on to explain how many calls the police get from people complaining that someone's trying to kill them with radiation, or the neighbors are trying to steal their thoughts. Urban legend says that the tinfoil tradition was started by a bright cop who got tired of responding to the same complaint and came up with a solution. "Okay, buddy, here's what you do. Get yourself some heavy-duty tinfoil, couple of rolls, and some duct tape. Cover the windows with it, tape it on real good. That way the rays get reflected right back at the guy. They can't get past metal, right? And do the door, too, just to be extra safe, okay?" No more calls. I saw several such apartments over the years, one with aluminum foil over an entire wall shared with the neighbor the guy was feuding with. That could have been decorative in a 70s way, but there were also notes taped to the door. "Do not look here," and "I will tell them about you." Another had foil taped around a light fixture on the wall and over the electric sockets. The dead man's sister told me he was worried that electricity could leak out, so he sealed every possible entry point up tight, nice and cozy. She said he was highly intelligent and believed that leaking ions and the magnetic fields that surround electric current could cause brainwave interference. It was a very specific fear based on a physical reality. We are surrounded by rays and radiation all the time, so maybe they were onto something. If it made people less afraid of the world, what's the harm? I couldn't prove them wrong. And I never judged my dead clients for the ways they lived, for the efforts they made to insulate themselves against their fears. Life could be scary. I knew that from way back. I was born in the Park Slope section of Brooklyn. It's a trendy neighborhood now, populated by young professional families and an endless parade of $1,300 bugaboo strollers. Back then, it was working-class Irish and Italians, cops, firemen, and storekeepers. This was the early 50s, a time when children played on sidewalks, when their mothers would sit on the heavy stone stoops, smoking and gossiping. I can still picture the way these very young women would pose, crossing their legs and hiking their skirts just so. It was kind of cool, but odd, too, because they had all adopted the same posture of casual elegance. Left arm folded across the chest, supporting the right elbow so that the hand holding the cigarette could gesture stylishly, drawing a trail of smoke. It was as if they had made a pact, some silent agreement as to how they all should be. And the way they talked, nothing was off limits. Well, of course Alice has a bad back. Look at the size of him. Look at her, she thinks who she is with those cheap shoes. 22 hours in labor. As far as I'm concerned, he can sleep on the couch from now on. I was happy in that loud, scruffy neighborhood. But things were changing. An unease had crept into the women's voices, a fear I didn't understand. I remember looking out our window onto the playground of PS 321, asking my mother when I would start school. "You're not going here, for Christ's sake," she said. "It's all going bad." So my parents left the city for a house in the suburbs, scraping together the first payment from my father's $45 a week salary as a New York City cop. I was 5 when we moved into the not-quite-finished housing development in Massapequa Park, Long Island. Our new neighborhood had no history. It had been an ocean, then a desert, then the remnants of glacier runoff, then a housing development. In 7th grade, I learned that the Massapequa Indians had walked through the area on the way to something better. That new neighborhood was to be our something better. But it terrified me. There was something vast and empty about our street, as if the long rows of houses had been dropped onto a huge, sandy plain. Our little Cape Cod was the same dull white as all the others, except for the decorative window shutters whose color repeated over and over again. There were no street signs or house numbers, just one straggly sapling planted in front of each home. I had never seen that much sky before, clear blue and endless. I hugged the front steps in terror, a baby agoraphobe, afraid to disappear into the sameness. My mother didn't understand that if I let go of the door and stepped away from the house, I would get lost forever. How could I find my way home again when there were 4 houses on the block with black shutters like ours? How could I play in a backyard where there were no fences to mark my boundaries? What if I stepped over the invisible line? New Yorkers know all about that invisible line, about how it varies from person to person. We accept anxiety without explanation, fear without judgment. You'll never live on the 13th floor in New York. There's 12, then 14. Why tempt fate? No one will take the first newspaper off the top of the pile. It has to be the one underneath. That's just how it is. We're not surprised to be jostled on a subway platform by the guy who has to get in the 3rd car from the end, no matter how empty and clean the car that stops in front of him. Whatever helps you get through the day, fine by us. Live in New York and you live among these people. We are all one of us. I accepted the city's oddities in my civilian life. In my professional life, I accepted and observed and learned to classify. It's a need most of us have, a way to impose order on the world and find hidden relationships, to make connections, to understand. Investigating gave me the opportunity to bump up against everything, including myriad lifestyles I never knew existed. I tried to make sense of it all. I saw artists' communes in abandoned buildings and apartments that were churches, filled with the colorful icons and altars of Santeria worship, including the remnants of small animal sacrifice. There were shooting galleries for heroin addicts, where a person could lie in one spot for days before someone noticed he was dead. Good, bad, or indifferent, what each of them had in common was that they brought people together. In New York, there are many people who live alone and friendless. Some of them are recluses, those who want to be alone, yet are too anxious to live out in the woods somewhere. At least in the city, someone will hear you scream. When solitary people die, nobody notices until the smell bothers the neighbors, what Dr. Hirsch called the stench of loneliness. I was once investigating the death of a man who lived alone, a single 50-year-old guy in a small, simply furnished apartment. It was tidy but plain, just the essentials and nothing decorative. A freezer full of TV dinners, a package of hot dogs in the refrigerator, a jar of instant coffee.